Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is February 2nd, 2016, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Acting Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, February 16th, and the first date in March will be on March 1st. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available at our other office locations. When your item has been called, please approach the podium and state the name clearly for the record. We're going to call Albany first, then Buffalo, then the items here in New York City. Please note there will be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask, as a matter of courtesy, please silence your cell phones. Prior to the first item being called, Counsel's Office has proposed an emergency summary order suspension for license number Otsego OP 5524. It's been marked agenda number 2016-316J. It's issued to TC Brothers LLC, doing business under the trade name Legends Filling Station. They're located at 84 Main Street in the city of Oneonta. Presenting for Counsel's Office is Deputy Counsel Ogden. Counsel? Oops, is your volume, your microphone on?
All right. Can you
There
hear
we
me?
go.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. The instant pleading in support of this request involves a multi-agency underage operation at the licensed establishment that occurred on January 29th and into the morning hours of January 30th of this past weekend. The Oneonta Police Department, the New York State Police, and the New York State Liquor Authority's Zone 2 Enforcement Bureau conducted the operation pursuant to complaints of underage consumption of alcohol. The record before you demonstrates that the licensee operates an establishment that adversely affects the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and the issuance of an emergency summary order of suspension is appropriate in this instance. On January 29th, at approximately 11:05 p.m., SLA investigators entered the establishment in undercover capacity. At that time, they observed approximately 20 patrons. They also observed 4 bartenders and 3 individuals wearing security guard shirts. The bartenders did not ask to see any identification from patrons when serving patrons alcohol. During the investigators' visit, the crowd increased to approximately 50 patrons. When the entry team came in at approximately 12:10 a.m., there were about 30 patrons inside. Investigators had observed 10 direct sales of alcoholic beverages to minors during this time, ages ranging from 18 to 20 years old. All 10 of these minors provided written statements confirming the investigators' observations, and all of them showed the identification to the investigators that they used to gain entry. In fact, 8 of them gave the investigators the identification, and all 8 were fictitious and out of state. One of the 10 minors showed her cousin's valid New York State driver's license, but according to the investigator's report, the picture was not the same, was displayed on it, obviously did not appear to be the same person. Another one of the 10 minors showed her valid Connecticut identification to security, which showed her to be 18 years old. The 11th minor, an 18-year-old, also provided a written statement regarding purchasing an alcoholic beverage, and she too turned over a fictitious identification to investigators that she showed upon security upon entering. Pursuant to a discussion with the licensee, Mr. Harkenreeder, investigators learned that the policy to gain entry into the establishment is that patrons must be 21 or over. Mr. Harkenreeder also provided that he does not have a book to reference non-New York State identifications. Investigators determined that the 9 fictitious identifications used by underage patrons to gain entry and ultimately access alcohol were so obviously fake to the naked eye. Investigators noted various characteristics, including but not limited to peeling lamination, creases, and discoloration that should have been detected as a fraudulent identification by staff. Not only did the bartenders not check identification at the point of sale, but the security guards who appeared to be checking identifications chose to ignore these basics. As you can see in the record before you, there is extensive adverse history. In 2012, the licensee was charged with 2 counts of sale to intoxicated persons. In 2014, the licensee was charged with a sale to a minor, sale to an intoxicated person, and failure to supervise. And in 2015, the licensee was charged with unlimited drinks and mislabeled beer taps. All of those charges have been adjudicated. As the record demonstrates, the licensee is incapable of properly supervising the establishment and has no regard for the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law. The licensee permitted sales of alcohol to minors as a result of his lack of supervision and unwillingness to ensure that alcohol was not given to minors. Approximately 1/3 of the patrons inside the establishment were under 21 years of age, despite the licensee's claims that patrons must be 21 and over to gain entry. The only attempt at age verification, although inadequate, occurred at the door upon entry. The investigators found 9 identifications, all out of state, that were fraudulent. In fact, the identifications were so blatantly fraudulent that a layperson could determine their validity or lack thereof. It is troubling to note that the licensee did not make a good faith effort to review these identifications by referencing a manual or even conducting the basic tests previously described. These various incidents have already adversely affected the health, safety, and welfare of the inhabitants of the area, and in consideration of them, immediate action in the form of an emergency order of suspension is required. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't really have any questions.
The only question I have, you mentioned a significant adverse history. How many charges in the adverse history are for sale to minors, if any?
There is one.
And when was that?
That one was,
Approximately.
yep, it was March 17th, 2014.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's really a dangerous mix of violations we're seeing here. We're seeing multiple sales to intoxicated persons, unlimited drinks, sales to minor in a college town or a town that has SUNY Oneonta and several other colleges right there. And they're obviously catering their business to attracting underage drinking and drinkers there with disregard for all the controls that need to be in place to properly monitor who should be gaining entry, who should be being served, who should be drinking, and how much they should be drinking. So I vote to summarily suspend.
I vote to summarily suspend as well. The most disconcerting thing to me is the number of students in there that were not just under 21, but under 19, which just to the naked eye, I would imagine is pretty easy to tell. So I vote to summarily suspend.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to continue on with Albany, though I did have one announcement to make. Now in the role of Deputy Commissioner of Licensing. Effective today, the fingerprint fees have been increased by DCJS with their contract with Morpho Trust. So going forward, this fingerprint fees from today is $102. So you can advise your clients, and also if you have any out-of-state that you need to submit the cards with us and the checks. I just want to get that out there. We'll have an announcement on our website. We get short notice on this. Okay. 309, Scoho. I only have the one. You gotta make copies over there. The other one's broken.
Oh, it's okay.
Secretary Scoho is in Hopalong?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in backwards. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have 315, LI Liquor Store. My apologies. All right, I will get organized today.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this over from 2 weeks ago. I'm here, my name is Dan Boyle, Dan Boyle Consultants. I'm here with Mr. Lee this morning. Mr. Lee is attempting to open a liquor store, 1,100 square foot liquor store at 2035 State Street, Schenectady. It's called Lee Liquor. A little bit on Mr. Lee. He was just honorably discharged from the U.S. Army back in March of this past year. He did 3 years of service. His dream is to open his own business where he plans on making a successful venture, building a profitable business in the Schenectady area. The area that Mr. Lee plans on opening in State Street is basically the thoroughfare between Albany and Schenectady, as most of you probably know. We're not only residential, but also business traffic. It was prior at one time a liquor store, so it's nothing new to that area. It used to be called Hudson Liquor. To speak briefly on public convenience and advantage, although I don't believe anybody's here in opposition, nor were they here 2 weeks ago in opposition. Just to give you some data, according to citydata.com, the area has increased in population of 6.6% over the past 10 years. Most cities upstate have decreased. Schenectady seems to be growing back, even though GE has lost a lot of employees over the years. The aging population has also increased over the past 10 years. And Mr. Lee plans on catering a lot to that specific clientele as well. For those reasons, Mr. Lee, I think, is an honorable man. He's done his service for this country, and he would like to start his own business now in a liquor store. And for these reasons, we'd like his license to be approved.
Can I ask him what brought him to Schenectady?
He lives in Flushing.
Yes.
What?
Go ahead, Mr.
Why
Why
Schenectady?
do you want to open a place in Schenectady?
Because I just need need the money, and I try to protect my family, so that's why I want to open the business.
Where do you live now?
I'm living in New York, sir.
In New York City.
Yes, sir.
Flushing, right?
Yeah, Flushing, sir.
And you work in New York City, right?
Yes, sir.
So we have 62 counties in the state of New York. Why did you end up in that county?
Because I just see saw my landlord just rent this space, so that's why I want to open this area.
So what's your relationship with the landlord?
We don't have any relationship, sir.
Did he call you?
Excuse me, sir?
Did he call you and tell you about this opportunity?
No, sir.
How'd you find out about it?
I just see the newspaper, sir.
And the principals of the applicant corporation from the previous application, Mr. Shang Jun Lee and Zhong Lin, do you know who they are?
I don't know, sir.
You have no relations to them?
No, sir.
Well, one of them is your landlord,
It's the same name, isn't it?
right?
Yes, why don't you
Yes, sir.
So you do know him.
I don't know. I don't know before anything, sir. I just see they want to rent the space, so that's why I come in over there and rent this space, open my business, sir.
So your landlord didn't tell you that he had applied for a liquor license at the same location previously and that it had been denied just last year?
He just told me he already finished everything, and he told me he wants to rent this space for me, so that I just saw this space everything is good, so that's why I opened this business, sir.
Okay, so, this case became, not this case, but your landlord and whoever Mr. or Ms. Zhong Lin is, they had applied for a liquor license at that location last year, and we had voted to deny. They asked for reconsideration, and then last July, we also denied again the reconsideration request. So this really has nothing to do with you, but the reason why it was denied, there were two reasons. One was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closest stores within 2.8 miles. They all have significant declining sales. And then, just as importantly, we denied it because they had a license previously. Your landlord had a license previously that was revoked due to disciplinary violations of ABCL laws. And so given those circumstances, the fact that he's still the landlord there and the fact that the other 5 closest stores' situation hasn't changed at all, we thank you for your service to the country, and we know that this has nothing to do with you personally, but the location in itself is not suitable for another or that there's no public convenience and advantage added by approving this license, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well on the same grounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go to Buffalo. Just let you know the attorney for the one in Albany is delayed. We have to go back for Mark anyway. So this will be 309 SCOHO.
Good morning, Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Kim. My name is Kevin Kuhlman, and I represent SCOHO, Inc. Brief bit of background for you. This is a sub-S corporation. My clients who are here with me today are Scott Stearns and Hollis Hewins. They are a married couple. They've been married for 20 years. They originally applied for and obtained a license in 2011 for Mendon Liquor, and the arrangement in the family was that husband, Mr. Stearns, is the full-time employee. He received only a salary from the business. Ms. Hewins, the wife, is an MBA. She's an assistant vice president for one of our upstate banks, and it was her responsibility to handle the interface with the accountants, and of course goes in once a year to count inventory, and of course there are inevitable discussions over the dinner table in the evening about the business. In 2014, last year, it was anticipated that the family would seek a sale of the business. And in connection with that, it was uncertain whether Mr. Stearns would be able to obtain other employment. And he wanted to be put in a position where he could obtain unemployment if, in fact, the business was sold. And so the board approved a change of the licensure and the ownership so that it would be only in the name of the wife. Going forward from that point, from September of 14, Mr. Stearns continued as the day-to-day employee at the business, as the manager, but none of the financial arrangements changed. He continued to receive only a salary on a weekly basis, $531, and he shared profits only in the sense that there had always been a sharing of profits, as is mandated by the fact that this is a sub-S corporation. All of the profit, or in this case, the loss, immediately flows through to the joint tax return of the husband and wife. And so while the investigator's report that I think you have in front of you mentions that the parties share the profits, they do share the profits, but only in the one sense that is mandated by federal and state law, which is all profit and loss flows to the same joint tax return.
Do they file joint tax returns?
Yes, they do, sir.
And they have since 2011?
For the entire time they've been married, since 1997.
Okay.
Yep. And what we, simply in the interest of not spending a lot of time and client expense at a hearing, after discussions with Ms. Gallagher, the prosecutor in Buffalo, we offered, I might say my clients quite reluctantly, to resolve the availing claim by doing two things. Settling for a $6,000 fine and also agreeing to put the license back into the joint names as it had been originally. We filed that application, I believe in November or December, and that's been held or provisionally denied pending the outcome of and resolution of this disciplinary proceeding. So we would respectfully ask the board to approve and accept our conditional no contest plea on those terms.
All right. We take availing very seriously, even between family members, husband and wife. Given these circumstances that you've explained, I will accept your offer of $6,000.
I'll accept the offer as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
297, Crow's Nest Tavern.
Good morning, Brian Wagner from Latempio Law Group on behalf of Crow's Nest Tavern. I'm here today with Barbara Chamberlain, the sole proprietor of Crow's Nest Tavern. We're here today for a request for reconsideration of an offer of $4,000, which was previously rejected, encountered with a $6,000 civil penalty. Since that time, Michael Koshoian, an attorney who was previously associated with my office, submitted a letter detailing.
Can I stop you, Counselor, for a second?
Sure.
Given the circumstances stated on the record, I will consider going back to your original offer because on the books and records charge, it was stated that she was able to quickly go home or wherever she had her books and records and bring it over. And even though it wasn't on the premises, given the excellent history that she's had over the 8 years that she's had, the 5 years that she's had this license, I will accept your offer of $4,000.
I'll accept the offer of $4,000 as well, based on the history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
316D, Gypsy Bohemian Grove Bar.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. My name's Chester McKenna. I'm the person that did the application for the applicant, which is Gypsy Bohemian Grove Bar, Inc. The applicant is Gabrielle Martina Alfieri, and she's here with me today. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have about the liquor license.
So the problem, I think, that or the reason it's in front of us is the percentage of rent is based on gross sales. Percentage of gross sales is the rent's going to be based on the percentage of gross sales, if I could spit that out.
In my trouble today.
Is the landlord there?
No.
No, but I talked to the applicant, and we could change that to 14% if that would make it easier for you to decide on this.
To what percent?
14.
14%? Why? Is
It's at
15%
15
the
right now.
threshold? I thought 10 was the threshold.
Discretionary.
Excuse me?
It's-
Discretionary? Usually we had 10%, right? Except for certain exemptions for mega stadiums or
Whenever the board feels that
Larger
it's
venues.
appropriate to go over the 10%.
We have done.
have done 15 for a
I thought it was
situation like this?
15.
Unless you feel that they're going to have.
Can I ask the question of how will this work in terms of the concessionaires and the alcohol? Who is choosing the alcoholic products to buy and offer, and at what price? Who's
I
making
am.
that decision?
It's all me. I'm responsible for the operating and selling of the alcohol throughout the entire premise.
So the landlord, none of you have any interest in the landlord, correct?
No, it's Nick Sinatra, who's a big developer here in Buffalo.
And are the food vendors, are they paying rent as well?
They are under my discretion.
But are they paying you rent or the landlord rent?
Or they are the concessionaires.
Right.
They actually operating, they are the concessionaires paying rent to the landlord. And then
Oh,
that's
okay.
on another entity, the liquor providing entity to service their other retail operations.
Yeah, they have to keep the receipts all separate. The staff has to
Yes.
be maintained separately.
So this percentage is food and alcohol, or is this just off of food?
It's
Just off of alcohol?
And I also serve food at the bar for my own. Like we open at 8 a.m. because we're a coffee bar as well.
The concessionaire takes care of that.
I sent a menu along with my
Sure.
application.
Yeah, no, did you answer Chairman's question about whether this is percentage of just food or alcohol?
Or both?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. It's both. It's a total sales.
Total sales.
Oh, okay.
So you're kind of taking the existing, so right now you have under your lease the entire space and you're kind of subleasing out to this other entity that's going to have the OP license, correct? Or you are taking on additional space?
She is the other entity that will have.
No,
the
I know,
food.
she has the three, you have the three concession, the Chinese food and the Crush Hospitality concept and so on. And then, is it that existing space and there's another booth there, for example, where you're creating the bar?
The way it's actually set up is it's a large area. It's going to be set up similar to a food court. So they're all going to be occupying the same space that Miss Alfieri is actually renting from the landlord. And then she herself is bringing in the concessionaires to service the food aspect that is required by the state to serve food, substantial food, when there's any sale of alcohol being done on the premises.
But she also owns, for example, Oriental Sushi King, correct?
No, she does not. The three vendors are actually
then I was wrong.
owned by other entities, by other people, and she is bringing in these other entities to under concessionaire agreements to service the food.
And are they paying her? Are they paying her? Is she subletting to them, or how is she getting paid by them?
They're providing the food and
They will actually just be getting profits from the sale of food, where Mrs. Alfieri will be getting the profits from alcohol. It'll be like a symbiotic type relationship where everyone's making money, but from different aspects of the business that they're each responsible for.
But they get that space for free? The food vendors?
They come in, is that how they're doing it?
Doesn't she get a percentage, or she gets a rent?
No, I don't get a percentage of the rent. I pay
No,
rent
not
to
percentage of the rent, the percentage of the food sales?
No.
Okay, let's start over. Let's make this really easy.
I'm
Okay.
thinking my question is pretty clear, and I'm not getting an answer.
All right, let me try to, okay. So there's the landlord, the big developer in Buffalo you mentioned, right?
Right.
Then you lease the space, right? And it's kind of a food court area, right? And there's going to be tables and seating in the middle of this food court area?
Yes.
Okay. And they're kind of off to the walls, there are areas to set up these food concessions stands or booths, yes?
Yes.
And there's going to be 3 of them, the 3 that you listed.
Yes.
Okay, now, how do those 3 concessionaires come in to that space? Do they pay you rent?
No, they do not.
You just choose who gets to take that space?
Right.
Okay, and so you're paying rent to the landlord separately. These concessionaires come in without paying you anything?
Right.
Ever?
No, nothing, ever.
Wow, so you're just giving them free space, right?
Satisfies the food requirement.
Got it. And then off to another area, you're going to set up your bar.
Yes.
You're going to operate.
Yes.
Okay.
All in the same space.
And are the concessionaires paying a percentage of their sales towards the rent, or no, that's just coming from you?
That is coming from just Mrs. Alfieri. The only reason why these other concessionaires are coming in are solely to meet the requirements associated with having an OP license as far as the food aspect goes.
But she mentioned she's going to have her own food at the bar.
But what she's going to be offering are going to be like cheese plates. It's like almost kind of like tapas.
It's limited. You could check out on that.
Yeah, you have the menu.
All right.
I didn't see hers in there.
So this is predominantly a bar, but you're putting in the concessionaires for free, allowing them to operate just to meet the food requirement.
Yes.
So you okay with 15%?
Yeah. I'm good.
All right. This is a 500-foot hearing. There are 3 or more licensed premises within 500 feet. You've notified the city of Buffalo. They haven't taken a position. This space was previously licensed in 2005. Deputy Commissioner Edmonds up in Buffalo conducted the hearing and concludes that he believes it is in the public interest to approve this license. So I will vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Well, we'll see.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in
Okay, going back to Albany, 294, Valley View Wine and Spirits.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Pinoche. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant of Valley View Wine and Spirits, Inc., and I'm here to answer any questions that the board may have at this time.
Do they own the building?
The building is owned by Kuldeep and Sunita Singh, and they're leasing it to Valley View Wine and Spirits, Inc. Mrs. Singh, who is the sole member of Valley View Wine and Spirits, Inc., is also one of the owners of the property.
Chairman,
Yes.
we have opposition in Albany.
Oh, okay, we'll hear from them first.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you.
I reserve the right to make any appropriate response. Thank you.
Of course.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lorraine Nichols. I'm the owner of West End Wine and Liquor, and I'm asking you to deny this license because Amsterdam, New York does not need another liquor store. This would now make a total of 9. I have a letter that I sent to you on November 24th for the listing of our sales. My concern is that most of all the stores we now have in Amsterdam are pretty much new. We have on Route 30, we have Route 30 Depot, which is new. We now have Bourbon Street Wine and Liquor. We have Clark's that's moved into an existing old building but is a new owner. We have Black Bear that has relocated to a new building. We have the Riverlink liquor store, and we also have one, Manny's on Route 67. So basically, they are all new. I'm probably the oldest existing liquor store as of right now, and you can see by my figures where my sales are at. I also sent a second letter where year ending for 15 where I stand, and I just cannot see where Amsterdam, the economy can support another liquor store in the radius that Riverlink is at, Bourbon Street Wine and Liquor, and myself.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. My name is Dominic Wade. I'm the owner of Mixology Group, LLC, and I operate Bourbon Street Wine and Liquor Warehouse. In November of 2014, I applied for a 9th license in the current location, which is 1,200 feet from the proposed location for Valley View. And I was denied based on the density of licenses in the area, based on the demographics for the area have not changed, and some new licenses that Lorraine had mentioned were issued in the last 24 months. From that point on, I went through a great deal of effort and time and financial resources to purchase an existing license of the 8 that were in the area, in which I came before you in September of 2015, and I was approved. However, the conditional approval cut my footprint down in half for the area. The south side did not have a liquor store during my first 2 applications, and now this new application is 1,200 feet away from my existing store. Also, I noticed in the application submitted by the
1,200 feet from your existing store?
Yes.
Your Mixology Group?
Yes.
Is that correct?
One that has what Google gave us.
Well, we have you 0.6 miles, which would be closer to 2,800, 2,700 square feet. But anyway, go ahead.
It's extremely close. Additionally, in the application from the applicant, they had some challenges with their distances, and I believe that they had to resubmit them. And the distance from Riverfront to their proposed location is actually 0.9 miles, is accurate, not the 2.1, which was on the resubmission.
Okay, so your license is not a new license, so how long was the store there before you bought it, do you know, approximately?
That Mohawk Dairy store?
No, the one, you said you bought a license,
I did a removal. I bought a license that was approximately 3 miles away and
Okay.
moved it to the current location on the south side, which was my original application in 2014.
okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Pelosi again on behalf of the applicant. We believe that the reasons cited in opposition to this application and do not warrant the denial of the license. The license application is complete. If there was an error in the location of the Riverside, that can be corrected. I'm not sure how that was determined.
Well, I don't think we're really focusing on that. I think at least what I'm focusing on is the number of stores there, the fact that one was denied in this general vicinity, very recently, and that there are a number of new licenses in the area over the last 3 years. So what's the public convenience and advantage of putting another one there?
We believe that the location is a superior location. It's much closer to the main travel intersections, and we believe that the market will be in a position to decide, which of these entities is able to best serve the public. And we believe that the competition here would probably benefit the public as well.
As the chairman said, in November 2000, and as the gentleman who just spoke said from Mixology Group, in 2014 November, we denied 1451 Route 5S, Amsterdam, New York, and your address is 1351 Route 5S. So while you're making the argument that there is public convenience and advantage added, in 2014 November, the board disagreed with you and denied that application, and I don't see any change in population or any difference in the mix of products you're offering, so I vote to deny.
And the problem I have is not just the number of stores, but also the number of new stores. So it's very hard to tell what their sales are over an extended period of time and whether they're actually going up or down. But I just don't see, given the population demographics and the fact that they really have not changed since we just denied one, I don't see any public convenience and advantage of adding another one. So I vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else in Albany, correct?
Correct, thank you.
All right, we're going to leave the feed open, though, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, first item in New York, that's where we are. 316H, Madden's Uptown Bar and Grill.
316?
316H.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with the applicant, Patricia Murray.
Good morning.
And we're here to answer any questions, concerns you may have.
So basically, I see that this location was previously canceled in July 2015, yet the community board 8 in the Bronx approved your application with a 2 a.m. closing stipulation. So are we basically here arguing about the closing time?
No, I think we're here only because of the adverse history of the premise.
The stop on premise as well, okay.
So my question is, who's Prince?
Prince, I know. Prince was someone I considered having a partnership with, but when he met my lawyer, we decided to go a different way.
Meaning?
No, not getting involved with him at all.
No, meaning that he didn't like your lawyer, or your lawyer told him to send him on his way?
Yes, on his way.
So was he involved in the old business?
No, not at all. Nothing.
And I've been assured that she has not had any contact with him whatsoever in recent months. There was an article brought to our attention at the 500-foot hearing that the Riverdale Press had him as a partner. I presented him with facts that proved he wasn't. They ran a retraction.
Oh, really? They did run a retraction? Because I have the article, I didn't have the retraction. Okay.
Well, they ran a correction and clarification appended.
And you have no connection with the previous licensee?
Not at all.
Have you ever met them?
No.
And you found about the space because of?
There was a for rent sign on the bar.
Ms. Murray lives in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the entire neighborhood.
How far is your current bar from this one?
Probably a 5-minute drive. not far at all.
Okay.
You just got that one running, right? 2015?
It's been existing for about 40 years. I worked there, I grew up in the bar, and yeah. I took over a year ago.
And you're okay on the 2 a.m. closing?
Well, yes, I understand the circumstances of the previous owner. They did say it's not 2 a.m. for, like, permanently. It's just to see.
For a year, right?
Right. For the
And then
first
you're going to
year.
come back.
Correct.
All right. Based on those stipulations, I approve.
And no DJ, no promoters, you are going to have karaoke occasionally, that's the only,
Yeah, karaoke.
and background music.
Yeah, of course, background music,
Okay.
jukebox, things like that.
All right, I'll vote to approve as well with a 2 a.m. closing, no DJ or promoters.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
313, 7006 Roosevelt Food Corp.
That is catchy.
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman, my client, excuse me, my client Pasquale Iannella is here with us. We have an offer in front of you for a monetary and a suspension.
So the intoxicated person, was it the same person 5 days in a 1 month period, or was it 5 different people?
It was the same person.
That's what I figured.
He's had this premises for 17 years with no violations up until some recent transgressions.
And why is that?
Well, I say why all of a sudden stuff.
They happened predominantly in the summer of 2014. Is there something different about your operation?
Speaking to the mic.
Well, well, I don't know what to say.
Oh, what changed that all of a sudden after?
I mean, you've been doing this for, what, 18?
18 years, yeah.
Yeah, 18, well, almost 18 years, and you haven't had any violations in the past 7 years, and then all of a sudden, starting in June
The problem is
2014?
that I'm taking care of my mother. She has Alzheimer's, so I don't want to put her in a nursing home. So I'm taking care of her, and so I have to make a decision. Either put her in a nursing home or stay in the bar. So I'm going to put her in a nursing home and concentrate on the bar, because that's the only thing that I have. If I lose this, and then...
So during the summer of 2014, you're saying you were trying to take care of your
Yes.
mother more and
Yes, Mr.
not paying attention to the bar as much, and then...
Yes.
Bartender gone that was doing this?
She's gone.
Okay.
All right.
He also, since I believe November, has hired a security firm operated by a retired New York City police officer, sergeant, and since November, he has had a much better degree of
And
security.
he's here if they want to... He's present if you want to...
Might as well put him on the record. Where is he? Could you just come up and state your name for the record, please?
David DeMarco.
And you run the security company that took over in November?
Yes.
Of this
I do.
year?
Yes, I do.
And
2015.
what steps have you taken to address some of the violations that have occurred?
We put guards there that properly check ID, do thorough hand searches. They have metal detectors. They turn away any intoxicated people that approach.
This is a restaurant?
It's a bar. Oh, you have it as well.
Okay.
And I also provide consulting to the owner as far as what steps, as far as anybody with IDs and anybody intoxicated coming in, not to
Is that on the original
allow to
application,
mention.
security guard and...
This is an old application. It might be in the, it's,
So how many security guards are there?
2.
2? 7 days a week?
7 days a week, sir.
And is that all disclosed on the application, that there would be security guards here?
On
You
that
know,
application.
on the original, the method of operation?
I never represented him when he applied for a license.
Excuse me?
it's going to take me, no, it's just, yeah.
Oh,
gonna
it's
take
in
me a
the
while.
old system?
You probably should go check, and if it's not in there, make sure it is in there.
Just make sure you update.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Your offer is 5-day suspension plus 11,000 civil penalty. I'll accept that offer based on the continued arrangement, not necessarily with your company, but a security company, and also you checking your method of operation in your original application to make sure it's updated.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you very much.
.246 and 247, Stam Firm Business Corporation.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss for the licensee. This is a CNC with an offer of $11,000.
It's kind of hard to hear you today.
I'm sorry.
If you can get closer to the mic, please.
Sorry about that. It's an offer of $11,000.
Can I ask why the license was in safekeeping?
Yes, that's a very good question, and I'm going to let my client answer that.
So we can do some cleaning and painting. Oh,
Say who you are.
Yeah, my name is Kamika Bernard, I'm the licensee, and we wanted to do some cleaning and painting.
So you were closed during that time while
Yes.
you were sprucing up the place?
Yes.
Also, I just want to let you know that they, not only they closed to clean a little bit and everything, but they also wanted to make sure that they cleaned out the place, both literally and figuratively. They're getting all new staff, hired a new manager, this gentleman here. They they're hiring a new chef, hiring new security, a new bar people. So they're doing a whole entire cleaning of the house completely from top to bottom. So they did not want to be open. They had the opportunity to be open during the holiday season. They chose not to be open at that time. We also had put in for a DBA name change because they wanted to change the name of the place. They wanted to have a whole new name. Because the charges were pending, of course, the name wasn't allowed. But they don't want to open up under the old name, so they put into safekeeping so that they can get their act together. That's the bottom line.
My concern is they opened in May 2014, and then within a year, they had a slew of violations, including 2 sales to minors. When you go through the violations and the standard kind of the guidelines of the fines we use, it would be much higher than this 11,000 offer.
Yeah, the person that was helping her before, the previous manager, he was actually killed over the summer. And
On the
so-
premises? There?
No.
Oh.
No, he was actually killed someplace else, but he's no longer involved in the business. She's trying to put this business back together again. Unfortunately, it wasn't run the way it should have been run. That's why, like I said, she could have opened during the holidays. She chose not to even do that. She lost out on a lot of money that she could have been earning. She really wants to make the business work. She invested a lot of money into the business, and she's hoping that you take the offer and let her try to build back the business that she had.
And so you're the new manager. Can you put your name on the record, please?
Yes, I am. Hi. My name is Alan.
Last name?
Rami.
So this is your resume that I'm looking at? So most of your experience has been in Lebanon?
In Lebanon, I have in Europe experience. I didn't put it on the resume because they asked me for a resume last minute. And I have experience here in the United States about like 4 years.
So the thing that raises a red flag for me based on your experience in Edgewater, New Jersey, is that it seems you're very adept at entertainment booking and promotion through Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And if that's you doing it for your lounge, that's fine, that's great. But if you're adept at hiring promoters who are doing this, then it's going to be similar to the issue she's facing now.
No. That's the resume. I built it based on something else for another job. I didn't give them resume for the job because I know them long time and they know my experience. I used to
So
run.
do you use
run the
promoters
whole-
at Spirit Lounge or not?
I'm sorry.
Have you used promoters at Spirit Lounge?
Here and there, a little bit
Here and
private
there?
parties.
But in your application, I'm fairly certain you don't have
No.
promoters checked. So at this new location, you're not planning to
No
have promoters, right?
Because it's small place, you don't need promoter to fill it up.
Yeah,
the
I just
place.
want to make sure. Okay. All right, I'll you know, the explanation seems to make sense, and that, you know, you're going to try again with a more experienced manager. So I'll accept the 11,000.
I'll accept the 11,000 too, but as Commissioner Kim pointed out, you have already put together quite a book here for only being open in about a year and a half.
Yes.
So I would expect if I end up seeing you again, that will be the last time we see each other.
Absolutely.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Just so you know, the last one, it was a eating, drinking establishment, so restaurant, bar. They did not have security open till 4 a.m. So we'll just have to update.
Okay.
It's got security.
Thank you.
Okay. 305 Westway Diner.
Morning, Martin Mailer of Mailer Buscemi. This is a conditional no contest. This is a diner that's been open for approximately 28 years, has never caused the New York State Liquor Authority any problems. Did file and received a sidewalk cafe permit from the New York City Department of Consumer Affairs. Did not know that they were supposed to file with the New York State Liquor Authority. They deeply regret not informing the Liquor Authority. They did it. You know, the investigator came in, had a meal, had an alcoholic beverage. The only reason we're really standing here today is I was told by the Attorney and Counsel's Office that I could not explain the history of this place. I could not even ask for the good record policy. This was her number, and she said, I can't do anything about it. Go talk to the commissioners. We're here willing to
Council
accept it.
Flug runs a tight ship, as you know.
I know, but they did say make the pitch in front of the two commissioners, which is what I'm doing right now. This gentleman is the assistant manager's father, is the owner of the premises, is sick today, could not appear. Again, they deeply regret what they did. I would ask, although we're prepared to accept the penalty that was suggested, that this be no more than a letter of warning or possibly a small financial fine, a financial civil penalty. 28 years of no problems with anyone, I think rates something before the New York State. Certainly 5 years is a good record policy, and I would hope that this is taken into consideration before you mete out the penalty.
But Mr. Mailer, we didn't go looking for this. Somebody complained to us about this.
I think, I don't know, but I think it had something to do with the objection that certain people in the community have with sidewalk cafes in general.
You know that they are very controversial in Manhattan.
No,
that you
I
don't go
understand,
serving liquor
but
there without a license.
We've gone before the community board, the community board, and have agreed. This sidewalk cafe is entitled to be, I think it's 36 seats and about 18 tables, and we're going down to 10 tables and 20 chairs as per the discussion we've had with the community board. So that's the application that was put in for 10 tables and 20 chairs, and that's what we're living with, and the community board knows this, so.
But you're asking for a letter of warning. People who just make a mistake on the 30-day filings to properly renew their license, they get more than a letter of warning. Your client was serving alcohol in an area that wasn't licensed, and you're asking for a letter of warning.
Because of 28 years of not having a problem, and not,
No, I understand.
I understand. I'm willing to go to 1,500.
I'll go to 1,000 if you're willing to go to 1,000.
1,500?
1,000.
1,500?
It's a diner.
1,000 it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I don't expect that there's going to be any promoters there.
No, diners are changing these days.
282, 161 Ludlow Food. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Palillo. Is an offer in compromise?
Is there someone here in addition with you, Mr. Palillo, besides your client?
I believe there is.
I'm
I'm gonna go sit down.
The lieutenant.
Oh, you can give your spiel first. We'll listen to him. I don't think he's here against you.
I don't have much of a skill, sir.
Oh, okay.
Well, the main thing is, it's more a question for the licensee. You lied to our investigator about a DJ not being a DJ, that person was just an engineer. It's violation of the stipulations, and then you're promoting dancing on social media, all in violation of your method of operation. So,
Okay, can I respond to that?
sure.
Okay, with reference to the DJs, we have a DJ once a month. We have a gentleman who comes into the premises at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, programs the music for the entire evening, and lets it run. He considers himself a DJ, but he's not DJing that night at that premises.
Right, he comes in, he programs all the music, and then he leaves?
Leaves. We don't have a
How
whole
long
big
is he
sound
there
system.
for?
How long is it taking to?
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
It's not like he stands with headphones and earphones and plays music.
Well, what's the DJ booth there for then?
We do have a DJ booth. We use it once a month.
For those 15 minutes?
No, we use it. We have DJs once a month. He goes about 6 hours.
Yeah.
He has real DJs once a month, is what you're saying.
Oh, and then every other night, it's just a person coming in for 15 minutes?
Programs the music and leaves.
So why would you say that you don't have a DJ to our investigator?
I think he was trying to explain that he wasn't DJing that night. He was just setting up the music. With reference to the dance.
And the dancing?
dancing?
No.
I don't know.
We've actually signs in the bar that says no dancing.
We acknowledge that we did break the stipulations initially because people were caught dancing. We
Our,
were doing.
our investigator says the licensee promotes dancing on social media.
I didn't see that in the BP.
In the last line.
Was that in the BP? Because I didn't see it.
So you have to be careful now. You're going to say here that you've never promoted dancing on social media.
No, he's not going to say that. I don't.
Well, he just said it to you. He said no.
It's a question of whether we do it or whether other people.
Mr. Pearl, now you've known me for about a year and a half now since I've been here.
And it's been fun.
And, we try to give second chances and forgiving and work with everybody. But the one thing, that I won't stand for is
I've seen that.
Misrepresentation and false statements, especially in front of the board. And so I'm just asking your applicant, have you ever promoted dancing on social media?
Me, I haven't, no.
No, okay.
As a company? Do you have someone who
Not
does
you
a website for
personally?
you?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, okay, you have.
And the DJ would do.
And the DJ you do, okay, so.
Once a month.
All right. Good, I'm glad. Thank you for your honesty.
So there is somebody from the police department here who does want to speak, I think, so why don't you come up?
Hi, thank you
Hi.
for letting me speak. First of all, I'm with you. They have to be forthcoming with the violations, and I agree with you. If
Can
it's
you
not
just
ab- if it's
put
not
your name on the
abiding by-
record first?
Oh, Captain Stephen Hellman, Commanding Officer of the 7th Precinct.
And that's the precinct this bar is in?
Correct.
Okay.
But I agree with you 100%. They have to be forthcoming with the violations, and if in fact that's going on and he's not being forthcoming, I'm with you as far as the penalties and whatever goes further. I'm here because I'm the CEO of the 7th Precinct for the past 7 months. I've also been the executive officer of 3 different commands in Manhattan South, where I led special operations with many, many nightlifes and licensed premises. Since I've become the CEO of the 7th Precinct, I've taken in a manner where I've called in all the bar owners. And the Lower East Side's a unique area. It's a very compact area with a lot of licensed premises, a lot of bridge and tunnel people, young people coming in, and it gets tight. And where that causes some quality of life issues. So when I spoke to John Pierce, as well as other problematic bars that in the past, I sat with them, I went through everything, and I have to say, it'd be remiss of me not to come here because I have stats here, because in the past 5 months or 4.5 months, he hasn't had one 3-in-1 job. All the evenings that I go out there, he's working the line, he's proactive, everything I've asked of him as far as security, vetting the line, and helping me out with the quality of life issues within the command, he's been proactive. And I haven't had an issue since. And since I looked at the stats, since 2014 to the present day, it's only been on a decline, whether it be quality of life issues, complaints, minor crimes that occur inside, whether it be petty larceny or grand larceny. So I felt obligated to come here on his behalf to, in my eyes, he deserves a clean slate and a second chance as long as he abides by your rules and your stipulations, which I strongly adhere to as well. So I'm not trying to overstep my boundaries, but I'm here sort of as a character reference, just to let him know. I thought there might have been some other people in the community that might have been here to complain, and I felt it my obligation to speak on his behalf, and that's why I'm here.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Captain.
Should clarify, Commissioner Kim, the reason we're here is that we did break the stipulations in July and August of last year, there's no question. And we've adhered to our stipulations since then, and we will continue here. So that's why we're here today, to make this offer. We did wrong, and we won't do it again.
And that's much more acceptable. I think it says a lot that the captain's here and that you're giving the effort. I just do want you to acknowledge that there were violations made, and if you're making the representation here now, that as also the captain has attested to, that obviously things have improved, though a lot of your violations here before us are from 2015. So, it's not a great record you're working on. It's not going to wipe it clean, but I will accept your offer of $10,000 at this time. But please understand that regardless of testimony here by the captain and everybody else, that the record you're building on is here to stay, so you have to be extra careful going forward.
I'll accept the offer as well. I think the fact that he came and the captain came and spoke at least in your current about your current operation says a lot, and obviously he's a very good ally, so I would continue cooperating with him, but I would recognize that if you do get out of line, I would imagine he can just as quickly turn into an enemy, so. And you can see he's sitting back there with the director of my enforcement, so we'll hear pretty quickly whether that happens.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
295, St. Mark's Vintners.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. My name is Michael Palutis. I'm an attorney. I'm here today on behalf of St. Mark's Vintners, Inc. I'm joined today by my client's principals, Andre Finocchiaro and Carl Lattendorf. Good morning. Mr. Lattendorf and Mr. Finocchiaro are brothers. They're also lifelong Brooklyn residents.
Let me stop you there. Is there any opposition here to this? No. Okay, continue.
My principals have proposed to open a liquor and wine store at 723 4th Avenue in Brooklyn. My clients have carefully selected this location. We submitted a fairly lengthy submission detailing new construction, redevelopment in the area. To the south of the proposed location is Industry City. It's a short walk. To the north, there are a number of residential buildings that I believe will yield almost 200 new units. And in between Industry City and the new residential developments on either side of 4th Avenue, there's a great deal of construction going on. The neighborhood is truly being revitalized. It's, I think, benefiting from the high rents in Park Slope. This is the Greenwood South Slope area of Brooklyn, and it seems as though a lot of Park Slope residents who are being priced out of Park Slope are moving south. There has been a great deal of growth. The census data that I've found indicates that from 10 to 13, there were 30,000 new residents. And I would submit that with those new residents are coming new types of customers.
Can you recite that fact, please? 30,000 new residents where?
In that zip code. So that's
Since when?
Between 10 and 13. That's the most recent data that I could find. And I acknowledge that there are two letters of objection that were submitted. What I would submit to members of the board is that my clients intend to target a very different customer base. One of the two letters of objection came from 761 3rd Avenue Liquor Store LTD. With your permission, I have a color photograph that I'd
Sure.
like to just hand up.
Thank you.
So, 761 Liquor Store, I'm sorry.
So how many of these closest to this proposed location are bulletproof,
So
aside from 761?
I believe that is the only one. And I think it's easy to distinguish 761 from what my clients are intending to do. The other letter of objection came from On the Rocks Wine and Liquor, which is at 890 4th Avenue. Again, I have another photograph.
Thank you.
On the Rocks Wine and Liquor also is a very different type of establishment. It is a warehouse style, I'd say cut rate, wine and liquor store, garage doors on the front of the premises that open up to the street, no temperature controls. I would submit that On the Rocks is really competing with Costco, which is across, I believe, 3rd Avenue. And what my clients intend to do is create a small boutique artisanal wine and liquor store where they'll offer tastings and sell hopefully online. They've had several discussions with winefetch.com. And I would submit to each of you that my clients are really targeting a very different market. Their store is going to have roughly 525 square feet of actual retail space. It's a small store. There's ample metered parking on 4th Avenue, plenty of parking on the side streets. As I pointed out, there are hundreds of new units, residential units being built. And in fact, the building in which the proposed location is contained is a 169-unit building. There's a Best Western being I'm sorry, Howard Johnson being built, built across the street. There are a number of hotels within walking distance, the Sleep Inn, the BPM Brooklyn, and the Best Western, which I think in total have well over 200 rooms. Again, I think what my clients are intending to do is open a fairly sophisticated artisanal boutique wine and liquor store, a small store, which will target very, very different customers than the two stores that have objected. I would just point out that the closest store sells wine only, Leslie's, does not carry spirits, and in my client's experience, and they were cognizant, Leslie's is open very inconsistently, and is really targeting at a very different price point than my clients intend to do. So,
Like what price point? Higher or lower?
I think that Leslie's is around a $20 price point.
That's right. 15 to 20.
That is correct?
What?
And I think what I would submit to you is that what my clients will be offering is going to be much, much more sophisticated than that. Mr. Finocchiaro spent years working as an assistant manager in a liquor store, a busy store downtown in Manhattan, in the East Village. Excuse me. And Mr. Lattendorf has been working hard to educate himself about the trade. He's excited about the opportunity and sort of jumping into this new business. For the reasons I've stated, I would submit that public convenience and advantage is served here, and I would ask that the members of the board vote to approve the application.
Or that's what they said.
Original. Thank you. It wasn't that we weren't listening, we were just trying to get more information. Do you have anything that shows the 30,000 increase in population from 2010 and 2013?
You know, I don't. I'd be happy to follow up with that information. I would submit, Commissioner, that even without that fact, there are ample distinctions to be made between my client's proposed establishment and the others that are in the area.
So I have a question. So the first, the 761 3rd Avenue liquor store is bulletproof. Leslie's Classic Wines is about 240 square feet, and it only is wines.
That's correct.
And then am I correct in saying that Fresh Direct is the Fresh Direct?
Yes.
That's all delivery, pretty much?
Right, that's the I would assume
It's a
that that's the brick-and-mortar store for Fresh Direct's online business, that's correct.
So then really, as far as that goes, then the one which objected is On the Rocks Wine and Liquor. That, for all intents and purposes, is really the closest store that would be true competition.
And it is the farthest store from the proposed location.
Right.
At almost, I guess, 0.7, 0.8 miles. And again, it is a warehouse-style store, garage doors on the front, they open to the street. They're not selling a product that requires temperature control. It is just a very different target market.
Oh, I understand.
Right, and so there is no web presence at On the Rocks. They're not intending, I don't understand that they have internet sales or that they're advertising online, which is something that my client certainly intends to do.
What kind of business is Via Quadrano?
Via Quadrano is a panini bar, so it's a sandwich bar, and they do small plates as well.
So you've been licensed? Or do you have alcohol sales there as well, or no?
Excuse me, Commissioner. So upon Mr. Finocchio and Mr. Lattendorf's consulting with me, I learned that an assignment was made from Mr. Lattendorf's father to him of a certain very small nominal ownership interest in Via Quadrano. As soon as I realized that had occurred without a change application having been filed, I immediately let Mr. Lattendorf know that had to change. And we worked very, very closely and diligently with counsel to Via Quadrano to make sure that application was filed. My understanding is that it's at the licensing board, but there may have been action since the land project was updated. I'm not sure.
But so they do have a license?
They do have a license. They have an on-premises license. That's correct, Commissioner.
Do we have that?
Yes, it's a licensing board.
Is there any history, though?
Availing, or?
On that, what do you mean, a history on this application?
Well, because
On
his
the
father
VA?
owned it, and then his father passed it over to him, and it was never filed.
It was a TW, went to the OP, and there is a renewal notification, which they received.
Not a corporate change application?
No, we didn't charge him for that. He wasn't charged for that. There's nothing since 2014.
Did you just file a renewal, or did you file a
Filed a
corporate
corporate change
application?
I want to be clear. I have filed nothing on behalf of Via Quadrano.
Oh.
Mr. McGrath, Kevin McGrath, is counsel for Via Quadrano. As soon as I became aware that this assignment was done without an application for approval of corporate change being filed, I immediately contacted Mr. Lattendorf, who contacted counsel for Via Quadrano, and I made inquiries as to why that was not done. I would submit, Commissioner, I understand that the potential of an availing issue. Mr. Lattendorf obviously did not, and had he would have insisted that the LLC Via Quadrano put that application for approval of corporate change in.
And it is in now.
And it is in now, that's
We just have
correct.
to have it acted on.
Yeah.
That's all.
But it's in as a renewal, right?
No, as a corporate
It's
change.
in as a
Yeah.
corporate change.
I have seen the papers, and I was represented to me that it was
All right, I
filed.
was just making sure, okay. So, this is, what mix will be New York State products?
New York State products will probably be 15 to 20%.
Okay. All right, so based on the representation of the increase in population from 2010 to 2013 of 30,000 people, and also the fact that the closest store is bulletproof and this one will not, and then the second closest is only 240 square feet in the original application, the third closest being Fresh Direct, mostly online sales. It's really the fourth closest at 0.5 miles away that is really the other existing store similar in model to yours. They've only been open since December of 2014, and they are 2,500 square feet, but it appears the model is more like a warehouse discount kind of sale model. It's different from what you're proposing. And, taking all of that into consideration, and also the fact that the 3 closest locations also have increases in sales, I will vote to approve this application.
I'll vote to approve the application as well. As Commissioner said, I think the closest store in this neighborhood, which was issued by us, the license was issued by us in December of 2014, is at least a half a mile away, and it does appear to be a warehouse type of store where it's obvious that the business model that these gentlemen are promoting is significantly different. One of the applicants has past experience in the liquor industry, running a liquor store, managing a liquor store, so I think that is relevant, and they indicate that they're going to carry between 15 and 20% New York products?
That's correct.
So on those grounds, I'll vote to approve as well.
And just for the record, I do want to also put into the record that there's new development that's being produced, as well as the hotels that are right near this location, adding to the public convenience and advantage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
That original email from Bookman did go to junk mail.
Okay. 316C, Love JAS Wine and Liquor.
This is a transfer of a package store. Cover sheet indicates a new pack. It is new, but it's really a transfer.
It's new, but it's really...
Good morning. John Springer for the applicant. With me is Ginger Singh. Can you come to the other side of me, please? And also with me is his father, who is a seller, Warren Rucha of Master Wine and Liquor. When the applicant asked me about handling this application, I was aware that he had 2 sales of minors at another store that's since closed. And I had told him there would be a hearing such as this, and that the board would want to know why he should be granted a license given that history. And I asked him, what has he done since then, or what will he do to make sure that he doesn't serve minors or break other ABC laws. He told me that as part of his cases, he had not personally served, although he accepted responsibility, he did not sell.
See, I want to stop you there. He did not accept responsibility.
Okay.
Both of those cases went to hearing.
Okay.
From what the information I have, which indicates to me he did not accept responsibility.
He didn't contact me.
And both of the excuses were the same in both cases, almost identical.
And I'm not familiar with the file, but from what I'm told.
Well, I didn't do it, somebody else did it.
Okay, and he understands that, and that's why in this application we put that he would not have any employees. I asked him why did that happen, and he said after the first time, I was very angry about it. I kicked myself. I trusted the person. And the second time, I told the person, hey, I can't have this. We can't have this. I can't be here all the time with what was going on in his life at the time, which has since changed. When he told me he was not going to have an employee, I said, well, that's usually suspect. When somebody tells you not going to have an employee, sometimes I think they're trying to get out of workman's compensation or disability. He said, no. He said, I cannot afford to sell to minors. I have to be here. I cannot pay anybody enough. I can pay them $10 an hour, $20 an hour, $30 an hour. If it's not the right person and they're too timid and they won't do what I do. He worked at Master Wine before he had Love Wine and Liquor, and he's worked there since. He's worked with his father. Master Wine and Liquor is in a different neighborhood, it's a different clientele. They know their customers a lot better than Love Wine and Liquor. Mr. Guccio, the seller, is in his 60s. He owns a cab on the side. He wants to go part-time and start enjoying retirement and drive his cab when it suits him. He realizes that he's holding he will hold a promissory note for some monies that will be owed going forward. Both the applicant and his father know that if there's any problems like this, that he's going to lose a license. The father's expressed to me that he has confidence in his son. I don't know that he went there not to accept responsibility. He went there, I believe, alone. I think he just wanted to offer an explanation. I believe he thought that he was commanded to be there. But in any case, he came in. I haven't seen the hearing transcripts or anything, so I don't know how it was couched. he knows that it's his responsibility to make sure and this is the best way you can come up with. He took an extensive course on it. He has age identification software, and he knows that he has a lot on the line, and his father's trust in him, that if for some reason there's a problem like this, which I don't think there will be, that his father's going to get stiffed. His father's not going to be able to make it. This is his family's supportive income. It's partially his father's retirement funds. There's a lot on the line for them. I told him that if the board agrees to give you another chance with this new location, that you know very well where you've worked before, where have you worked since you sold the store. I don't believe Master Wine has ever had any kind of violations of any kind. That if anybody comes in, if there's anybody working there, even for a minute, that's not you, that you lose the license. And that if you have to leave the store for any reason, the store is closed. And he said, that was his idea. And I told him, I said, well, that would be the condition. Nobody works there but you. I've been in the store. I handled his original application and his father's. I've been to the store many times. It's a clean store. It's a small store. He can run it himself. He clearly knew the people coming in, and he was very forceful that people didn't have IDs. He said, I don't care if you've been here before. Go get your ID. I cannot afford it. I have too much at stake. And I would ask that you give him another chance.
I just feel like, you're kind of creating or setting up a scenario that's almost impossible. How could he always be there, and if he really steps out, is he really going to close the store down? I mean, you're representing that he'll never have somebody else at the cashier.
Yes, and I spoke to him at length about it, and you feel free to...
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What are you going to do if you have to...
Well, the store is going to be closed because the way I notice how employees feel very intimidating by asking ID to the customers. So in future, if I'm not there, the store is going to be closed.
Thank you. So can I ask you questions? What happens if, let's say he gets another sale to mine at the new location? When we see it, will we see his past history?
No, you won't.
So that's what I'm worried about, is that it's just, you had 2 in the previous, 3 you would have gotten fined, 10,000, 4 you would have lost your license. And then by doing this, it's almost kind of wiping the slate clean, where if you have a history of selling to minors and you continue to sell to minors, you get more bites at the apple. So that's my biggest concern.
Aren't there ways to flag that file?
I don't know, is there?
I mean...
Not really, it's really hard. Right, so because it
They showed up in this review.
This is a license application.
So...
there's got to be some way around it. I don't think that alone should be a basis for denying. I mean,
No, the only basis for denial would be the adverse history.
That's what I mean.
And the character and fitness.
He's been in this industry for 9 years.
I mean, my problem isn't, I understand the problem there. My problem is that these charges are from last year. Or September of 2014, and the other one is...
March 2014.
March of 2014, and in both instances, he left the store, or at least this is what he said, he left the store for whatever reason to get dinner or whatever, and in both instances, he left someone in the store to sell the alcohol that had absolutely no information regarding how an alcohol sale was supposed to happen, and didn't know the rules. And I'm not saying I would never give the guy another chance, but I'm not ready to give him one now. These were the hearings on these matters ended March of 2015 and April of 2015. So I just don't see, based on character and fitness, how I could give him another license right now.
In the case of, in September 2014, it says here that you left your cousin, a 24-year-old cousin, in place while you went to get some dinner. What's your cousin's name?
Sarbjit Singh.
Sharjit Singh? That's the same person you left in March, who was working as a cashier?
No, in March it was a different person.
I have in March, it says the cashier, Sharanjit Singh.
It was Sharanjit, yeah, and it's Sharanjit and Sarbjit. It's a 2 different names.
Oh.
In September it's Sarbjit. It's
so who's the first Sharanjit?
Well,
Huh?
He was the...
He's your cousin?
Yes, he was my
I
cousin.
have the police reports up. They are.
But it says in the next case, you left your cousin as well. Do you have two cousins working there?
Cousins, yes, yes.
Police reports reflect two different.
And I also took the R serving, the online course, just to become more responsible.
Well, I did see you did get ATAP certified in December of 2014, so, you know, it's, the unfortunate part is I don't know how to keep track of this, because one more sale to minor, I would be a lot stricter than normal third violations, but, you know, so I will vote to approve on this.
Commissioner,
Just
you
giving him
could
another chance.
make a
I'm
condition that
sorry.
you could make a condition that he has a scanner.
Right, I mean, you said he had a scanner,
he has a scanner.
Okay, based on all those stipulations, a scanner,
That it be used for each sale.
that you be used for each sale, that you be the only one operating the store, that when you leave, so if our investigator comes and there's someone else behind the cashier, that would be it, because
that
that's
would
just
be
your
it.
stipulation, so.
We spoke
Absolutely.
at length about this.
No, I understand, you've made it clear, and he's making it clear to me that he understands that, but I'm making it clear again.
No, we appreciate that.
Wants employees, you would have to do the method of operation.
Right, if you want employees, then you'd have to file a method of operation change, because what you're saying is you're gonna be doing this.
Can we go outside for 1 second, just have a brief conference?
So, you know, I had those concerns. If you're willing to agree as a condition of the license that, number one, if you do have another sale to minor, you agree to surrender, would it be, or just?
We'll terminate.
Well, to cancel and.
Penalty.
So the penalty of cancellation and bond, and also as a condition of the license that you yourself will always be operating the store, otherwise it'll be closed, then, again, I will approve this license.
Understand?
But not verbally agreeing here, Mr. Springer, we need something in writing. It's going to be part of the
Put that
condition.
together.
Yes.
For them.
So on those conditions, I'll approve as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so
So
much.
what, does he need to contact?
No, we'll put it in the conditional approval letter, we'll have a form for him to sign and send
Okay.
it back to us.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry, 292, Alina Wine and Liquor.
Sorry,
292.
I'm just not hearing today.
292, 272.
Down, more down, no population, figures, et cetera. 14th Avenue now.
Good afternoon, John Springer. I'm assisting the attorney for the applicant, Frank Legeneo Esquire, and with him is the applicant, Mr. Reyes. This is a new liquor store, much further down on Fourth Avenue than the St. Mark's Vintners, but many of the,
4th Avenue or 14th Avenue?
Fourth Avenue.
This says 14th Avenue.
It says 5014 Fourth Avenue?
I'm sorry.
It's
the
fourth,
front-
it's a typo.
We have a typo on ours.
Okay, that's
On
fine.
the agenda sheet, but not on the record.
We're not aware of any protests, perhaps you might inquire?
Some slack.
So how
No
far is-
protests,
So how
correct.
far is this down from where we just approved?
This is very far down. This is down by 50th Avenue. The other one was by 23rd. The other one is a lot closer to Park Slope and Gowanus. There is some gentrification moving down Fourth Avenue as a result. The whole corridor is well known to the authority as a growing area. But this is much further down from Park Slope. The
A map that's included or no? Aren't they required?
the closest store on Fourth Avenue is 0.4 miles away, and it is the fourth closest store, which is similar to the St. Mark's Vineyard situation.
The closest stores, say that again?
On Fourth Avenue is 0.4 miles. Brooklyn Tops at 5812 Fourth Avenue.
Okay.
They have increasing sales every year for the last 5 years. Only one of the 7 closest stores is on Fourth Avenue, and that's
So
the
the closest is Brooklyn Tops?
No,
the
saying on
fourth
Fourth
closest.
Avenue.
Oh, fourth closest.
But that's the closest one on Fourth Avenue,
It's the
correct?
closest on Fourth Avenue, and it's the fourth closest of all the stores. But of the 7 closest stores, it is the only one that's on Fourth Avenue.
What, are any of the closest, the 4 closest bulletproof?
I'm not aware.
Yes, the Fifth Avenue Liquor Inc. is bulletproof.
You're going to be open, I take it?
I'm sorry.
You're going to be an open store?
Yes.
Sorry, which one's bulletproof?
Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue. It's located at 5605 Fifth Avenue.
It's a average to smallish store, 1,130 square feet.
How much of that is going to be retail?
900 square feet will be retail. The rest will be storage and bathrooms and things like that. We think these are good distances. Obviously, there are stores on Fifth Avenue, but it is a different street, a different neighborhood. And we think this would be a good fit for this neighborhood. There's other stores nearby. I walk the neighborhood. There's grocery stores and cleaners and, the kinds of things that people walk to. And we think this will probably be a walk-to type of store.
I'd also like to add, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Commissioner, that the applicant grew up in the neighborhood just a few blocks from this location. Also, he has previous experience as a salesperson and a clerk at other licensed premises in the sale of liquor and beer. And he intends to take a course on service of alcohol.
Sean Liquors has no adverse, I see?
Season?
The one where he,
Well, we put it in there. I believe so.
what are you talking about?
Oh, where he works, it's employment.
Yeah, I usually put it in if there is.
It says no adverse, I just want to make sure.
Absolutely,
That
nothing,
would be me personally checking.
not even anything.
Whoever you were.
Well, they can read it when they get to it. So which one broke, that one broke now too?
And what's the mix of product? Is he going to do anything differently than the competition? What's his
I don't know, they're not have to read it, don't bother.
plan?
Get it to them.
My plan is to sell more wine.
Get through these people
I want
first.
to do wine tastings. Fridays, I want to teach people more about wine.
What percentage will be wine?
15 to 20.
I'm sorry?
Mostly wine.
Mostly wine, yes.
Yeah, so what percentage would be wine?
We're trying to do like 70-30, 65.
I haven't been to the other stores, but he has, and he indicated he thought that they're more 60%, 50% liquor to wine.
How big is WK Liquor? Or, no, it says no data.
He had
It's
mentioned
an
to me
old record.
something, Mr. Chairman, that I hadn't experienced at another liquor store, which is where I enter a liquor store looking for a bottle of wine, and someone will approach me and ask me what I'm having for dinner. That I've never experienced before, and that's one of his intentions, to have wine, someone that has knowledge and himself do the research of pairing a wine to a meal.
They didn't put it in.
Well, it's hard to, we don't have the, do you know how big Double K, the Sergio's Wines and Liquors is, approximately? How big is their footprint?
No, I have.
Have you been there?
No.
No?
CNG? Yeah, I'm trying to get into CNG to check it out.
I'd like to point out that's on Fifth Avenue, and the proposed premises is on Fourth Avenue. That actually might not seem like a big difference in numbers because it's just one avenue over, but the amount of, the distance that you have to travel that one block, they're longer than normal city blocks.
Are they longer than Manhattan avenues? Like from Fifth Avenue to Sixth Avenue? Or Fifth Avenue to Madison Avenue?
Yeah, I think they are, to be honest.
And it's one avenue in 3 blocks also. It's not, it's not directly across the avenue.
It's also, there's a little bit of a hill.
I've walked Brooklyn before, I'm just trying to remember.
They've been around since 96, so that's where I can't find the records.
I'm sorry?
They've been
Double K.
Double K has been licensed since 96, so it's in the historical record
I
file,
see.
which is huge.
All right.
Got to download.
So my concern is that, the 2 closest stores to you have had significant declining sales in the past 2 years. And then the other 2 stores, they've had minor increases in sales.
We don't know what's going on with
You have
the-
population numbers?
Yeah, population all up, Fourth Avenue's gone up.
No, do you have population numbers for this location in particular?
The zip code, I don't know if you had any.
No, I don't have
The
any.
zip code, I believe, I checked the other night, was 3 or 4% between 2000, 2010, with projections for more. I've done other stores on Fourth Avenue. I did Wine 365, which is up closer to where St. Mark's Vintners is. And you could just see by looking at building department records that all that new construction is just moving south down Fourth Avenue. Every 6 months, there's more and more permits being issued. I've done a lot of research on Fourth Avenue generally, but
Commissioner Kim, also I'd like to point out that the 2 of the 4 closest liquor stores that you notified, their sales have gone up. The other 2 that their sales have slightly decreased was only for the year 2014, as opposed to
Yeah, but it's not, something happened, I don't know what it is, but it's not slightly.
It's not slight. A drop from
They
900.
both dropped 150,000.
And the other 2 stores didn't pick up the slack. The other 2 stores have slight increases, one of 20,000 and one of 8,000.
Or, one was 140,000, the other 150,000. I don't know whether they were closed, surrender, maybe they'd put them in safekeeping for a minute or something, I don't.
Double K is correcting back to sort of where it was in 2011. They haven't supplied their full information. They're out here, they haven't protested. We'd really just be sort of speculating based on a number, which really hasn't been tested. We don't have sales records. We don't know if there's been a change in management. We don't know if they have increased pressure over on Fifth Avenue.
But it's both. It's that and the Fifth Avenue Liquors also had 160,000.
Another point that we'd like to shed some light on is that there hasn't been a change, right? These liquor stores have been there for quite some time. What the applicant is proposing is something new to that specific area, a little more concentrated on the variety of wine. He did mention he wanted to do some New York State items, and I don't believe those other liquor stores have changed or evolved in the way that my client would like to bring.
And the one liquor store did get removed from another location in October of 2013, which could explain why they dropped in 2014.
Who did?
The Fifth Avenue Liquors was removed to its current location from further down.
Oh, that explains it. But why does it explain?
I don't understand what happens with the other one, but maybe that's the impact it had on Double K Liquor, I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense for the Double
looks to
K.
be, is that the bulletproof one?
No, Fifth Avenue is the bulletproof.
Appears to be.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So one got hurt because it moved, and the other one got hurt because somebody moved near it.
Right.
And that could just be a shuffle of things going on over on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah, Also, for public convenience and advantage, my client is trying to avoid having people leave that immediate area to go to Park Slope to get a specific product that they want to obtain.
So what percentage you said would be New York State products?
My client is going to evaluate the market, but he's thinking between 70 and 60% wine.
70 to 60% wine.
Of New York,
New York State.
yeah.
New York State. Well, that I would let him, New York State products,
About 15.
15% approximately.
All right.
Ready?
Yep. So, my concern was it would have been nice to have population figures, but, judging by the prior applicant, I think on Fourth Avenue and in this surrounding area, there is a lot of new development that is occurring. My concern was the two closest stores having significant declining sales, but as the chairman pointed out, one of the second closest, the Bulletproof store, was removed to this location in late 2013, which probably accounts for the declining sales of Double K Liquor Corp. And then, I think there's probably competition that's occurring there, and, it's a good thing. The two further ones have slight increases in sales, but given that this proposed location is on 4th Avenue, not 5th Avenue, where these other three of the closest stores are, and the representation of greater wine mix, 60 to 70%, and 15% approximately of New York State wines, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. One of the four closest that did have a decline in sales is Bulletproof, and this applicant indicates he's trying to serve a different clientele, and he's also, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, on 4th Avenue, and the closest store on 4th Avenue, the sales have gone up over the last 4 years, about 60,000 on 500,000 worth of sales, so I think that there is a convenience and advantage to be had. Plus, that store is 0.4 miles away, which is a good distance in a neighborhood that's a walking neighborhood. So I will vote to approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
316, 3838 Wine and Liquor.
Oh, another one. 1250 square feet.
Good afternoon, John Springer for the applicant, 38, please stand on this side of me. On 3838 Wine and Liquor and Seafood on Sunrise Highway. With me is Surinder Singh, the applicant. We're not aware of any protests on this location. Perhaps you would inquire, but...
I think there is. Is there a protest here? Yeah.
Perhaps you hear from the protester first?
Yes, please. You can come up.
How you doing? My name is Sahil Kapoor. I'm here from Raj Liquors, and I'm here just protesting for the store. The store is actually opening on Sunrise Highway on 3838. I believe it's two stores combined.
Which store are you from?
Raj Liquors.
Okay.
I believe it would be one of the closest stores.
It is the closest, yep.
So we have submitted about a list of all the stores that are nearby. It's 22 stores within 3.5 mile radius, and if you actually average that out, it comes down to about 0.15 of a mile, like every store per 0.15 per mile. The population area is also actually was submitted to you that it has not increased, it actually has decreased throughout the years, and the public, and we've also sent in signatures of all the stores nearby saying that they are against it. Obviously, all of them did not want to come, and it would be kind of repeating the same thing over and over, each individual. Again, speaking of public advantage and convenience, there really isn't any, because there's a store just down the block on the same side, into the store, which is our store, which is...
On Sunrise Highway?
On Sunrise Highway. It's 3300, I believe.
Yep.
And it's pretty much, we all carry like the range of like New York State wines and liquors, Long Island wineries. We do wine tasting, educate customers. We all have store from
population
parking.
decrease numbers? I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No,
you
no,
mentioned
yeah,
that, so
I have
just wanted
something I can...
We have this came...
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it. Oh, this came,
Go ahead.
all this separately here? Got it.
They're from 2000.
I got it, yeah. I'm sorry, I got it. Go ahead.
You got it, okay. And speaking of inventory-wise, we all carry a range of like New York State wines and liquors. We have increased that throughout the years. We've Long Island wines itself, not just New York State spirits, just including their wines. Services like we do. You look at small services like gift wrapping, delivery services, storefront parking. We have everything like that area covered. So adding another store is not going to do any public advantage or convenience to anybody, especially to the public, to consumers. So we really do hope you deny this application and consider our request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was anything submitted in writing on 3838? Because I was where Mr. Kapoor submitted stuff on a different application today. Do you have anything in writing on this?
Yes, so, I mean, we got it, it was an email that we received late last week.
I could understand why Mr. Kapoor is opposed to another liquor store in this area.
You can
He's
understand.
He's involved with 2 other stores.
What does that mean?
He's held himself out as the owner of Cappy's Wines and Liquors. In
Mr.
Wantagh?
Kapoor has held himself out as the owner of Cappy's?
Yes, it's,
The owner of Cappy's has a son and a daughter-in-law who own other stores, but we've never had any confusion of who owns Cappy's.
okay, Cappy's is Wantagh Wine and Spirits, correct?
No. Cappy's Wines and Liquors is 1225 Wantagh Avenue.
Yes.
And what's the other one that you're talking about?
Yeah, Cappy's Wine and Liquors, is that not 1225 Wantagh Avenue? Isn't that
As the president.
Wantagh Wines and Spirits?
There's another.
It's Cappy's Wine and Spirits with Mr.
Let him
as the
explain,
president.
I have a lot of documented evidence about this. Other stores?
You did sign, it looks like, is that you that signed this,
Sunil Kapoor?
Sunil Kapoor for Cappy's?
Yeah.
So which store do you own?
I own Cappy's. I'm here for reporting for that little store also. So I'm here on behalf of Raj Liquors.
Who owns Raj Liquors?
Rakesh. He couldn't come, so we...
Is he related to you in any way?
We're friends.
Okay.
So I was here, so basically he gave me this to submit all this.
And your Cappy's at 1225 Wantagh Avenue?
Wantagh Avenue.
Okay.
That's what you own.
That's what I own, yes.
Okay. Is that one of the closest?
And what's the other store you're saying he owns?
I own just only one.
No, I know you.
Cappy's Wines and Liquor is associated with Oakdale Wines and Liquors.
Oakdale Wines and
Partner
Liquors?
in Cappy's Wines and Liquors, on his Facebook page.
You can come up to the mic, please.
Sorry. I thought this was coming up with a different application, not this one. His partner, Mr. Chand, on his Facebook page says that he also works at Oakdale Wines and Liquors.
Who works at Oakdale Wine and Liquors?
His partner in Cappy's.
So Mr. Chan is his partner in
Cappy's, yes. And
what's Mr. Chan's first name?
Rohin, R-O-H-I-N.
O-H-I-N.
And
on his Facebook page, he indicates he works at Oakdale Wine and Liquors. Oakdale Wine and Liquors and Wantagh Wine and Liquors promote the same products on the exact same way on their Facebook pages, the same exact wording, same exact pictures.
Oakdale? Where's Oakdale?
We have Sunil Kapoor and Rohin Chand for Cappy's.
And
Cappy's.
the Shand that we have for Oakdale is Ramesh Shand,
Ramesh Shand.
different
Ramesh
individual.
Chand.
Oakdale.
So our records are clear.
Yeah.
Based on that, it would lead me to wonder what is real.
Different names. They're different Chands. We have a Ramesh Chand, who's owner of Oakdale, and Rohin Chand, who's partners with Mr. Kapoor.
That's right. And Mr. Kapoor's partner
Mr. Kapoor's partner on his Facebook page
says that he also works at Oakdale Wine and Spirits.
Okay.
Oakdale Wine and Spirits and Wantagh Wine and Spirits on their Facebook pages promote the same products in the same way with the same photo and the same exact verbiage at the same time.
All right, and
Because they're related and they're just copying.
the one, I don't really like the way this is going. I have no problem with you filing a complaint against somebody if you think that there's co-op buying or partnerships going on, but we're here to talk about your guy.
Yeah.
So to dirty up the other guys while we're doing that is not going to help your guy. So if you want to file complaints with our office because I'm assuming that we didn't get a complaint, correct?
No, I just found this out yesterday.
So you decided you'd drop it on us today? Because this happened once before with one of your clients.
Not me.
Well, I don't, who was the one with the different sales numbers?
That was Mr. Wright's client. I was assisting him.
But the proper thing to do, you've been doing this longer than I have, is if you think stuff is going on, then you send it in to us and we'll investigate it.
I didn't know he was going to speak on this today.
Well, he's allowed to speak. He does own a liquor store. Now, whether he's partnering another one illegally, that's a different question, and maybe we'll go look at that. But to bring it up and mess up what's going on here as far as reviewing the application of your client is not the right thing to do.
Well, I disagree. I think that if he's got an undisclosed interest in
He's got a
Raj Liquor,
signed thing from every liquor store in the area. It's not just him.
how many of those does he own? You know, I have other stuff on that, so I will submit it. I wasn't expecting to have to deal with Mr. Kapoor today.
You know how this goes. You're going to have to. The way we look at this is every store in the area, whether he's here or not.
Okay, you made it.
So go and tell us why your store is got public convenience and advantage.
It's in a strip shopping center on Sunrise Highway with other stores. It's replacing a store 1.5 miles away called Three Guys on the same side of Sunrise Highway that just closed. This is actually a better location because the one by Three Guys, it wasn't in a shopping center with other stores, general, I think there's a furniture store or something like that. It didn't have other stores that are generally convenient for the public. The Three Guys store was closer to two other stores, very close.
What's the address of the Three Guys store that closed?
Three Guys is on, 5020 Sunrise Highway, Massapequa. It's 1.5 miles away on Sunrise Highway on the same side of the street. This store would be 1,250 square feet with no basement. The Raj's Liquor is 0.9 miles away on a different street.
Canceled.
They have steady sales of over $500,000.
It was an eviction too.
Oh.
Wantagh Wine and Liquor is 0.9 miles away. Sunshine Liquor is 1.2 miles away. They have increased sales currently at $1.35 million. They're a 4,000 square foot store. Massapequa Station Wines and Liquors had increasing sales from 2013 to 281 in 2014. This store would not be that big. It would be convenient for the public, and we think it should be approved. And I would ask you not to hold it against my client because
I don't hold anything against your client. We just got off point, is my point.
We disagree on whether it's relevant.
Well, for the record, I like hearing about if it affects the character or fitness of somebody else who's making a statement in front of us. But Chairman's right in the sense that we can bring it up, but we don't need to delve into it because now's not the time. But if you plan to file a complaint, then go for it. So I'm ready to. I'm ready.
It wasn't to get into that.
It's okay. Mr. Springer, I just making my point for the record, but no, because I'd like to vote now. So, as Mr. Springer pointed out, the five closest have had increases in sales. Nevertheless, I still see that the Sunrise Highway locations on the same side of the street, you have the Wantagh Wines and Liquors at 3300 Sunrise Highway, less than a mile away, and this is a driving community. You have 2764 Sunrise Highway, KC Wines and Liquors, which is not one of the five closest stores, but it is one of the 20-somewhat stores within the three and 3 to 5 miles from this location, proposed location. There's also a Dragonfly on 5500 Sunrise Highway, all presumably on the same side of the street. So I just think that we also had licensed in the last 3 years and change, within the past 2 years, 2 of the 5 closest stores as well, adding 2,000 square feet of licensed premises to this area. So I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well, but mostly based on the fact that we did license 2 stores in the last 3 years in the direct vicinity of these stores and of the applicant's location. And the sales numbers, some have gone up, some are flat, but I just don't think that it's fully, the effects of those 2 new licenses I don't think have been felt yet, so I vote to deny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
262, Palms Fine Wine and Spirits Outlet.
Belmore. Another one from Belmore?
Pardon?
John Springer for the applicant. With me is Maria and Joseph Burke, the owners. They also own the building. There is another application here today, Metro Liquors, which is very close, maybe 100, 150
Are we
feet.
doing both of these at the same time?
What number is that?
That's probably the next one. He's signing right after me.
316A.
Once in a while, I'm
Yeah,
right.
it's somebody else.
They filed about a week before us. Perhaps you'd like to hear theirs first? I don't know.
Sure, we
It's up
should
to-
do
it's up
theirs
to you.
first, to be fair,
See.
right?
Yeah, 316A filed first.
Yep, so who do you want?
316A, they
You want, who they want to do?
Yes,
Wanna
yes.
hear the other one?
Yeah, are they here?
Let's
Yes, yes.
do it based on the filing date.
When we do Palms, I'll explain why we think our location is better. I'm not going to speak out against this application. I want to put on the record that the applicant is very close friends with Mr. Kapoor and his partner at Wantar Wine and Spirits.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I do want to know, so we're back there. Mr. Springer, how close is this to the last one that we just denied?
I'll have to check.
This was denied, the same location, right?
No, I mean, you know what I'm talking about, the last hearing. Yeah, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Last hearing.
John Halakis for the applicant. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner.
Oh, you mean the one we just did?
It's 316A. Donald.
Okay.
I believe there are objections to this application. Is your preference to hear those first?
Yes, if there are objections, can we hear from the objectors?
Good morning. My name is Owen Clancy of 2468 Wine and Spirits. I'm about 7/10 of a mile down from that street from them. This location was denied in 2010 in December and was reapplied in March and was denied again, the location.
March of
2011.
2011, I didn't go that far back.
In a 3.5 mile radius, we have over 30 stores. The population has not increased, has been level flat. The non-drink community has expanded quite a bit. So they're across the street from North Shore Farms. North Shore Farms is a boutique type of grocery store. They're in competition with Ivan Brothers a mile away. They do business because Pathmark closed in East Meadow. Wallbound's closed down at East Meadow, so now you have an influx of more people going to that area. But for my type of archetype clientele, it has not increased. I appreciate that you would deny that application.
So do you know the population has gone down or flat or?
It's flat. Actually, from 2010, it's down about 200 consensus, which I don't have with me.
Which location are you from again, sir?
2468
Okay.
Jerusalem Avenue.
Closest.
About
You're
7/10.
saying the drinking population has decreased?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there's less people, more people moving out of the neighborhood, and also more non-drink communities coming into the area also.
Like who?
The Muslim community, the mosque. They're expanding educational center. They bought across the street.
Okay, I get it.
They
they've increased quite a bit.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Go ahead.
Once again, my name is Sunil Kapoor. Just the previous lawyer said I'm actually friends with the applicant, but I'm here to protest, and everything what Mr. Owen Clancy said, it's pretty much agree with him.
And you are friends with the applicant?
We know each other, but that doesn't mean any.
No, interesting.
Probably just through Facebook they find this out.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Because I was going to say, you just lost a friend.
The chairman?
We can lay
The
that
difference
conspiracy
between
theory
the
to
one you
rest.
just denied. You just denied this one. It's showing 3.3 miles.
Okay.
3.3 miles.
Oh, wait, let me go by car, yeah.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. We feel the issuance of our license will meet the public convenience and advantage in this situation. We are a large store, approximately 1,345 square feet. We offer more, and we will offer more and a diverse product. We'll have a lot more options. My client is...
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I'm sure you're aware that 2 licenses were denied at this exact location. And I read both decisions, and both were denied based on oversaturation. So what's changed since 2011 when we determined that there was oversaturation?
We disagree with the assertion that the population is flat there. On the contrary, we feel that we understand there's a 2% increase in the population there. In addition, if I may point out, my client's location, he's in a strip mall, he's in a highly visible area. It's a better location in our opinion. It offers more parking. It has anchor stores there, which are destination stores that draw customers from all over the place. And we feel that it's convenient to customers for one-stop shopping. But to specifically respond to your question, there has been an increase in the population, a 2% increase. And we feel that the difference between...
Do you have numbers do you have evidence that supports that?
With me, no. It was research from the Census
I know,
Bureau
but
that
if
we
you
did
don't give
last
it
night.
to me, then I don't have anything before me, whereas your opposition has given me numbers that show, what is this, population by, it's hard to read this, but,
This is page 2 of it. I'm sorry.
Now, is that from 2010? Because...
It says for 2014 and 2015 in Wantagh, New York.
We're in a neighboring town of Belmore.
Yeah.
Find the next page.
Okay, keep going, sir. Oh, Belmore, here we go.
I'm sorry, may I continue?
Yes, please, go ahead. Sorry.
So we will emphasize with the sale of a wide variety of products there. We're intending on offering at least a 70% wine product. My client stated to me that 20 to 25% of that would be New York state product. We are convenient to access. We're on Jerusalem Avenue. It's a major roadway right off of the Wantagh Expressway there, so that's easy access to all. The owner is highly experienced in owning and running retail businesses, driven by customer satisfaction with over 20 years experience. In addition to wine tasting there, he's planning to offer educational opportunities to the public by holding what he describes as seminars on the history of products such as wine and spirit making. Although we understand there are other stores in the area, we will run a business in an exemplary and professional fashion, and he looks forward to the opportunity of trying to do it better and offering customers something that they may not be currently getting there without trying to knock anybody. He feels that he can do it better. Although there are objections by other area stores, he feels that market forces and public demand will alleviate the concerns of all, and in the long term, it'll determine the viability of his business as well as any other businesses in the area. I'm sorry? And my client wishes for me to relay that sales have grown in all of the locations presently licensed there.
If I'm correct. I'd like to just, Commissioner, I would like to just submit a photo
Sure.
of my shopping center versus Mr. Singh's shopping center. You can take a look.
Yeah, we have the third and fourth closest stores actually declining in sales. So,
I did, just from my own experience, since I've been in retail for a very long time, I have noticed as I go to these stores, it also depends how you're running these locations. So I just feel like that I would be a very, very good candidate of, running this new spot and giving the community a much better experience.
Yeah, and I don't think that your character, is not really the question at all here. It's more the saturation issue, which has already been examined.
yeah, and I can't tell by these population numbers either that Mr. Clancy submitted. Just gives me the current population, but there's no comparison to a previous population. So, look, if in March 2011 and then September 2010, we denied this exact location because of saturation concerns, the only thing that would change my mind would, well, not change my mind, but the only thing that would persuade me to go against what the board had ruled previously on 2 occasions is if there was a significant increase in population that usually comes along with significant development in the area or closures of other stores that were existing. Otherwise, nothing that you say can really change the fact that the board had concerns about the saturation, and while the members have changed, unless there's significant evidence to the contrary, there's no reason to go against the previous board's ruling.
Commissioner, other than we understand, but those are results from 2010 and 11, and I may offer that was 4 years ago. And that area has seen an increase in population. We've confirmed at least a 2% increase from last year. I'm just putting that as a record.
And I don't want to interrupt you. Sure. But as Commissioner Kim said, the 2% wouldn't be enough for me either. We would have to see, I think I would have to see between 8 and 10%. And the other thing which he pointed out as well, which I would find very persuasive, is a closing of a store within the 5 closest stores, and I don't see that here either. Both decisions were based on saturation of the area, and in my view, there is saturation in this area right now.
My client wants me to add the additional fact here, although I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant, that there was a license, that location had an on-premises license, but that was for a restaurant. That wasn't a package.
Yeah, on premises. Yeah, if you wanted to open a restaurant, I'd give it to you today.
Did you want to address the board in any way, or did you want to add anything else?
So, I mean, given the facts before us at this particular time, I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, based on the oversaturation in this general area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then I'm on 262, Palms Fine Wine.
Oh, like the other one. All right.
I noticed that the sales numbers were, it was just a repeat, is that all it was?
Repeat.
John Springer for the applicant. Although we agree that this area of Jerusalem could sustain another store and it would be beneficial to the public and the people who shop at North Shore Farms, and we believe our application is better than the last one for a number of reasons that I'm not going to go into, we would withdraw our application at this time based on the last vote.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. He withdrew his application.
He's withdrawn?
Yes.
Sorry, missed that.
What's the advantage of doing that?
Because then you don't have a denial.
You don't have disapproval.
You don't have a denial.
Yeah.
307, Clubhouse 134.
And I don't think it was accurate. I think it was all Facebook.
307.
Because I wasn't expecting the population to increase 8 to 10% anytime soon. John Springer for the licensee. There's an offer on this of a letter of warning. During the application process, the town gave us conflicting information. Initially, they said that there was no cabaret permit and that...
Yeah, I'll accept this.
I'll
offer.
accept.
Yep.
Thank you.
243 East End Delis.
Good afternoon. My name's Harold Griffiths III.
We have a sale to minor. It's your first violation. At 2,500, but,
Yeah, that's what I got.
yeah, 2,500.
2,500?
I was hoping, I talked to Mr. Amaretto, I believe that's how you pronounce his name.
Yes.
He suggested I come in and see if we could come up with another arrangement as far as the penalty. I've had this market deli for 17 years with no incidents.
Have you never had any violations?
No violations.
At all?
What happened here?
I think it was an employee that made a mistake. I immediately terminated him when I became aware of it, because I do have a zero tolerance policy. Just a little background on me. Over the last 17 years having this market, at one point I expanded, had another sandwich shop without a license. I've also been a fire chief in the town. I'm very entrenched in the town, now a fire commissioner.
So what would you propose as an appropriate penalty?
I would honestly, I was hoping like a letter of warning, and in addition, maybe spend money on staff training instead. Like have my
If you do the ATAP training, you'll get a 25% reduction of whatever we impose today.
I was not aware of that.
Can you
Yes,
just
oh yeah,
explain?
that'll be on the, well, that should have been on the letters that you received initially, but it will be on any penalty letter that goes forward.
Okay.
Whatever you receive from us, we'll give you
So-
indication of how to do that.
You know, given what you said, I'll go down to 1,000, and then you can do the ATAP training, and you'll get it down to 750. But our guidelines would say 2,500. But since 17 years, you've had no violations whatsoever.
Correct.
I'm willing to consider the 1,000 with the ATAP training.
I'll do that as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
312 Azul Vino.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I think we have some opposition.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Commissions. My name is Mark Schwartz. I'm the owner of Little Mo Wine and Spirits at 1125 Nostrand Avenue. I'm here to oppose the license granted to Azul Vino at 590 Rogers. My store opened on November the 11th. Not yet.
How far away are you?
What's your address?
1125 Nostrand.
Do you know how far away you are?
I believe it's about 1,400.
Really?
Check it out.
Do we miss one?
He just was
Well, it was
issued
just issued.
Ah,
You don't
okay,
recognize
go ahead,
it?
I'm
No.
sorry. I do recognize you, yes.
Yeah,
Go
I was
ahead.
like, yeah, we've seen you before.
A number of times, actually. I was called back here twice. And while I did get the license eventually, I thought it was something of a squeaker based on the amount of
Yeah, I'm
licenses
sure it
in the
was,
neighborhood.
given where you are.
Basically, there was strong opposition from merchants, churches, and community groups. In the neighborhood, they felt that there were already too many licenses, and at the time, I spoke to the dearth of open plan stores in the neighborhood. Since then, my store is the only open plan store, but at 492 Flatbush, there will be an open plan store opening this month. Azul Vino,
So you're 492 Flatbush will be opening this month, and you're where?
I am 1125 Nostrand.
1125 Nostrand, okay.
I also have, I don't know if the commission received the letter of opposition from 492 Flatbush?
Yes, we have it.
Okay.
That's not one of our four closest either.
No, it's not. But
It's pending.
Pending?
the two stores, my store and 492 Flatbush, are the only open plan stores in the neighborhood.
Yeah, they were, I'm sorry, the 492 Flatbush was approved in March of 2015. They haven't opened yet.
And how far is that from the proposed location?
492 Flat.
So obviously, my business is too new to have any business history. I also do want to point out that the location of at 494 Rogers, to me, and I do live in the neighborhood in addition to being a merchant there, does not present any distinct advantage to the licensees. The closest neighbors are a number of public schools. There is no subway on Rogers Avenue. And while part of my testimony at my own hearing was that there are many developments begun in the neighborhood, there are none that have been completed in the time since. And in fact, in October, the commission voted to deny a license at 1222 Nostrand, which is only 400 feet from the current license that we're discussing.
Okay. When did we deny that? 1222 Nostrand, you said?
I believe it was the second week of
Oh, I
October.
have this right here. Okay, so that's true, yeah.
S&J Liquor Warehouse.
Got it.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's about it.
Okay, thank
Thanks
you.
very much.
It was this SJ Liquor Warehouse, right? Excuse me.
Yeah. Members of the commission, I would like to first state who I am and why I'm adamant about getting into this industry. My name is Damone James. I have over 16 years of medical device experience. I've applied for a license at 594 Rogers in Prospect Lefferts Gardens, which you well know based on some of the testimonies that you've heard previously, that it's a vastly growing neighborhood. The demographic is changing daily. There are currently 13 new building projects currently under construction. There's a 23-story rental tower under construction. The New York Times has recently written articles saying that Prospect Lefferts Garden is no longer Brooklyn's best kept secret. The secret is out. In terms of public interest, I have over 182 petitions, which I actually went out and solicited personally while in the store, sweeping up, just kind of getting the grasp for the neighborhood and getting the feel. There have been a plethora of customers that have come by that said there's definitely a need for a wine-only boutique shop in the neighborhood, and I stress and preference the term wine-only. Mr. Swartz and I actually share the same representative, and through correspondence through our representative, he and I have been in contact via email to try to come up with an amicable solution to having two stores in the neighborhood. And one of the things that distinguishes me from the competition amongst the many other bulletproofs in the area is that, again, we are wine only. If you look at the packet that I submitted, I've done extensive research in wine. I spent a lot of time in Manhattan Valley Wine and Spirits, Chamber Street Wine in Tribeca. Mr. Jamie Wolf, who's very well respected in the industry in New York, has given me a lot of insight and inspiration. I spent a lot of time at Bedvine Wine, which is a small boutique shop as well, which I kind of want to pattern myself behind. I've also taken the liberty of spending my own money going to the Torres Vineyard in in Barcelona, Spain, a year ago, and I've submitted pictures in that as well, just to get a better understanding of how wine is produced and how the vineyards are cultivated, so on and so forth. And again, in the field of enology, I feel is paramount to the vineyard. One of the things that we're going to do to differentiate ourselves is have a multitude of wine tastings, classes, and being a small boutique wine shop, we can focus more on wine. Mr. Swartz's wine shop also has a spirit component, which we're not interested at all. If you look at the record as well, I also have an on-premise license, PLG Vine. And initially, that license, we were trying to get licensed in Prospect Lefferts Garden initially. We actually put down, I actually put down a down payment for the lease, and then the owner came back in 2014 and said that he wanted a restaurant there. There's currently a pastry shop there. So that's when I decided to do the craft cocktail bar. And through my experience with the cocktail bar, we found that wine was very influential to our business and our sales. And so I decided to move forward with the wine yard.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You didn't indicate whether you were going to have internet sales, and when you talk about the education classes, do you intend on charging for those classes, or are those free classes?
Those are free classes. Through my experience with the different wine shops, I've met and befriended a ton of vendors. And one of the things that I want to do and really do a better job of in the area is cultivating our clientele. As the demographic is changing drastically, as I said, there's a more educated, more sophisticated customer and clientele in that area. Considering the fact that I'm a Buffalo, New York native, Bills fan, by the way, I want to do a really good job of bringing New York State wines more upstate. So I plan to have a more abundant selection of New York State wines in the area of 25 to 30%, opposed to the 15 and 20% that was proposed by some of the previous licensees that came up.
Your internet sales?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me answer your question. So right now, in terms of internet sales, I don't have, in my plan, I don't have any plan to do necessarily internet sales. What I want to do is cultivate the neighborhood. So when I say that, there's a movement in terms of farm to table movement in Brooklyn and throughout the country. And what I want to do is kind of partner and piggyback off that concept. And so, for example, when someone goes out on Saturdays with their kid and they're pushing a stroller and walking their dog and they're going out to get their vegetables and groceries, I want to be that staple in the community where people say, I'm going to walk around the corner and get my wine as well. So.
But your 230 square feet, the stroller and the dog isn't going to fit in your store.
Well, they could, we'll set something up outside. I think being a smaller boutique wine shop is actually advantageous to me as well. Wine is something that is intimate. It has historical properties. It also, it tells a story. So, considering the fact that I am a small wine shop, the wines that I'm going to carry, everything's going to have a story behind it. So, again, along with the education, so on and so forth, being a smaller shop where I can focus more on different vineyards, different regions, so on and so forth, I think I can provide that service to the community. And again, if you look at the demographic numbers and the types of educated consumers that are moving into Prospect Lefford Gardens, as the service that they're going to require more goods and services, kind of like mine. Lastly, I'll just point out, so I pulled off some data from the CB9 fiscal year 16 site, and a couple of things that stood out, and I'll present this to you, is one of the things in terms of their revitalization, they specifically talk about Rogers Avenue as a place specifically that they want to see develop more. Not only that, in terms of their social action, they want to see more vendors in the community, and you can look based on the letter that I presented. I'm actually active with the Bedford Avenue YMCA. I have a basketball background. I coach played Division I basketball, and I stay in the community coaching kids, so on and so forth. And I anticipate continuing to do those things through the business if granted this license.
So you're doing this as a bulletproof?
No, this is going to be an open plan.
It's an open 230 square foot plan.
And currently in the neighborhood, there's one wine shop, and staying true to form, I don't want to call anyone's baby ugly. There's a wine shop in the neighborhood that typically is not open. They have sketchy hours. They don't have a great selection of inventory.
Are we seeing enforcement now for that? We didn't get any data, right?
So
that's what my question was. Are you aware there is a wine shop, but I wasn't aware that they weren't open?
Yes, I'm very aware of that. In fact, in September and early October, I think it's BDOT. They were currently closed because they were putting more focus and emphasis on the adjoining restaurant. So if you look at their Yelp reviews, so on and so forth, you'll see that a lot of the customers in that neighborhood are really clamoring for a new place that they can go get a better selection of wine. And again, I looked at, I was unable to submit it, but on my way here, I looked at the signatures that I got, and the signatures in that neighborhood actually escalated to over 200 from 182. So I was unable to.
And the other question I have is that we got a letter from your tenants, and they don't want a store there.
So,
And I recognize they may not have heard the spiel we just did, and they might not be aware of what kind of store you're opening, but they clearly don't want it.
So if I may interject, recently, after getting that information from my representative, I've actually spent some time in the store itself, just hanging out, and I've spoken to all of the tenants, and they were under the impression that we were actually doing an on-premise bar there. So when I explained to them exactly what we're doing, they were actually flabbergasted in the fact that they felt pretty comfortable in the fact that some of them are students and.
You're correct, that their license their letter can be read that they thought it was on premise.
Right, they thought it was an on-premises, therefore thinking that, we were going to have seedy individuals hanging out at all types of hours of the night, which I was able to dispel those rumors, and they said to me that they're actually excited about the fact that they can walk downstairs and grab a curated bottle of wine and have with dinner. But again, I think the thing that I'm really striving for is to piggyback off the farm-to-table movement and have a place in the neighborhood that it's a wine-only establishment. I'm not competing with liquor. I want to do education. I want the people in the neighborhood to be able to feel comfortable in the fact that, when I'm going to pair my steak or my chicken or my fish, this guy has the different types of wine that we're looking for, and that's the place that we feel comfortable with.
What percentage of your wines would be New York State?
It's going to be upwards of 30%.
Upwards of 30%? Mm-hmm. What about minimum of anything? You don't, if it's not, you don't have to.
Well, again, what I stated previously, my goal is to have a good percentage of New York State wines, considering that I'm from upstate New York and I know the value of the Finger Lakes and Oneonta and places like that. And I think that through education, we can actually educate some of the consumers to drink more New York State wines if they're more apt to have an understanding that it does exist. So respectfully, hopefully I was able to make my case for having a wine-only store in this neighborhood because it doesn't exist at this point in time. And again, I'm not competing with the other stores' liquor sales. And we want to kind of create that traffic in Rogers Avenue. There was actually a letter from Gratitude Cafe, Rich Otto, who I actually sat in, and I had a lot of signatures that were given there. And Mr. Otto endorses us because he agrees too that a place like that in that neighborhood would actually increase his business and entice other businesses, coffee shops, so on and so forth, to partner with us and build up Rogers Avenue.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not going to speak for Commissioner Kim, but I'm not having any issue with you or your business plan. It really is just the location. And what I know we just licensed Moe's. Is there one pending? Is that what the?
They were approved back in March. I have their distance, they're
You said it was 0.8 miles?
0.8 miles away.
So they wouldn't be one of the 5 closest anyway?
They were granted an extension to meet their conditions till mid-March of 2016.
And in respect to Mr. Swartz, considering the fact that he just received his license, he wasn't in our original 4, so it's kind of popped up. But we welcome, like I said, through my representative, we had correspondence with Mr. Swartz, and one of the issues he had with us was making sure that we were wine only, and we agreed to that. And again, we're not trying to infringe on his liquor sales. And I personally think we can work amicably in the neighborhood to service the needs of the people that are moving in, because there's a ton of new, educated, sophisticated consumers that are looking for the services that we're going to provide.
So, I would really like to know if BDOT Inc. is still in business. And you mentioned it was closed. They just they haven't surrendered the license.
No, he says it's not regularly open.
No, it's not regularly open. I've done my homework pretty extensively, and I'm quite sure Mr.
So you mean it's open once in a while?
It's open sparingly. You go by at 4 o'clock, it's not open. You come back at 8, it's not open. Sometime, you go hang out, they're playing music. I don't know if it's a wine store. I don't know what it is. And again, in respect to someone else's business, and I heard the complaints from the previous lawyer, I don't want to.
No, you didn't. I got it.
Okay,
we
call
got
anyone
it.
baby, but I just want to make a case.
We didn't hear from them either.
Yeah, they didn't respond, so we're sending enforcement out anyway. If that was closed, I would be very willing to grant the license.
But it's honestly, it's the community from the feedback that I've received.
See what's going on here. I think what we'd like to do is, we'd like to just hold it over so we can send enforcement out to see what it is they're up to, because if they're open, I don't know, once a week or whatever, it can fall under non-bona fide if they're not operating according to what they said they'd be operating, which would impact the community and all the other surrounding stores as well, and really play into the public.
Or if they're open
sparingly.
But sparingly, then maybe it makes sense to have another 230 feet of liquor store, or wine store, I should say.
So, yeah, let's hold this.
What I can say, and you know, if I may.
Sure.
What I can say is that, you know, I think they have an adjoining restaurant, and that's part of the reason why. And I don't know if they have an easement in between separating the two. So
I hope not.
That's why
they shouldn't.
That's why I think, you know, the hours are sketchy, skating, so on and so forth.
Serve at the storage and bar. That would be the worst thing. But
Restaurant, was that surrendered though? Or did that go?
so yeah, I mean,
So can you wait a month and come back?
well, considering the fact that I think I have to start paying rent.
Can we do 2 weeks? 2 weeks?
We can do 2
How about
weeks.
2 weeks?
Okay, so I have to cut a check today because my lease starts today.
Oh, your lease, you didn't put in a condition?
Well, we had, you know, if you look at my lease, it was under the stipulation that we would, you know, hopefully get our license by a certain time, and everything kept being pushed back. And last week, my sister had to go to Strong Memorial. She has Crohn's disease, so that's why I was unable to attend, and it was held over. So at this point in time, you know, I mean, that's not your concern, but that's a concern of ours.
Okay, I think we might get Noel to make a quick call, and so, just as a customer, the venue in question that we're talking about.
Oh, he's going to call as a customer.
Yeah, just to see what their hours are. So what we'll do is we're going to recall you, so if you can just please have a seat. And
thanks for your time and your consideration today.
Thank you.
Is your sister okay?
No, unfortunately, she had to have a.
I have Crohn's disease.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, do you know anything about this particular location that we're having questions about?
I think that Mr. Jones is correct that there is an issue with, there is an adjoining restaurant, there is music that is scheduled in sort of like a, I think like a two-person type of musical thing that they have regularly on Monday nights, and
In the wine store?
yeah. But
So are they using it as a bar?
no, I don't believe that they're serving in it.
Oh, okay.
So they just have the shelves and then they just perform right in the middle, and
Yeah.
that's where but they have their own entrance to the.
There are two doors, yeah.
But people can come from the restaurant in. There's some interior
They might have to
access.
crawl through a window. It's an interesting layout. I don't believe that they're not in business, but he is correct that the hours are not
very regular.
They're not regular and they're not conducive to. It was one of the reasons why I opened my shop. Again, living in the same neighborhood, I wanted a place that was reliable with good products. And you know, in terms of like the. In terms of my own business plan and business model, we are congruent in many different places, including wine education and local spirits products, et cetera, et cetera. So just point out the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the information. We're going to recall and then what's next?
Okay, is 316G, A. Sanchez Restaurant?
316G, why did this all get?
Yeah, did not.
G.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, the CEO, Council. Jonathan Schloss of the law firm of Schloss & Schloss PLLC for applicant Angel Sanchez, A. Sanchez Restaurant, Inc., DBA El Rinconcito Ecuatoriano. It's a restaurant beer and wine application for 99 South Central Avenue in Spring Valley. This is essentially a family restaurant. And he's been operating there without any type of alcohol since, I believe, March, and I'm respectfully seeking granting of a restaurant with beer and wine
So
license.
is your client aware that the last applicant at the location was canceled due to availing and several other violations?
It was prior to his...
To his, yeah. That we've had problems with the location.
It may have been are you aware that there were problems prior to?
Does he have the same manager as the last restaurant at that location?
Or anybody
Do you have the same manager?
No.
No.
Do you know the company Mi Tienda Ecuadorina? Do you know anybody who's owners of that company?
Also, just, excuse me, my client does not speak English. I have with me an interpreter.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to know if he knows the owners of the previous store. He does? How does he know them?
The whole community knows each other.
Did he ever work for them?
No.
Did they ever work for him? It's only just knowing friends?
But he's not operating under a temporary.
There's a small community of Ecuadorians in Spring Valley that tend to know each other.
Well, he goes to eat there.
Yes, I did.
Yes,
So-
I did see this building.
And he previously owned a restaurant, your client?
Yes, he did.
And he surrendered that license in 2014, why?
It was surrendered without incident in anticipation of opening in a new location. And also, I believe he sold the restaurant as well.
And why does he need a DJ for a restaurant?
Right, because they don't have a license right now, right?
No, currently, he doesn't have one. We put in the option to have one.
So what about this report we have from January 28th, literally 3 days ago, 4 days ago, last week? It says that when they did an investigation, the police department, they found that the previous owner was in control of the premises, and that the detective found 10 Corona beers and a gallon of wine in the refrigerator, and the DJ booth was still appeared to be operational. So you can ask, are you related?
Yeah, I'm just a friend of.
Okay, so you can ask the licensee about that.
We did FOIL documents with it. Yeah, please.
Put a FOIL application in, and as of
Mr.
mid-January,
Sanchez.
We literally just received this on the 29th.
And
they went out on the 28th. so-
8th of this year.
I haven't had the opportunity, obviously,
Please,
to
go read it.
respond.
Please, read it. There you go. I have this here circled.
Okay, thank you.
Spring Valley.
May I have the opportunity to discuss with my client?
Sure.
Second call.
I'll do a second call.
Recall.
Great. 316E, Eastern Liquor Depot.
Oh, can we go outside?
Sure.
Can
we do a
The
quick,
calendar says
consult?
there was opposition filed by someone.
Pardon me?
The calendar that I looked at yesterday said there was opposition filed.
Well,
Yes, there is.
he went to conference.
Okay. We're going to take a brief recess.
Okay.
Thank you.
might not be public convenience and vandals.
If you saw that, the new DCJS.
First?
Oh, we're back?
No,
Oh,
we
we're
have-
all
we have
back.
the-
Oh, we had them up
Yes,
here.
it's
Okay.
Eastern Liquor.
Mr. Cadet. Good.
Yes.
Okay, as I started, I was told there was opposition because that's what's on your calendar.
Is there any opposition here? There is not, so go ahead.
This is a new liquor store application. It's at 1841 First Avenue. It's a 2,500 square foot store, 1,250 square feet upstairs, 1,250 through a basement that needs apparently a warehouse permit, which I learned this morning, because there's not interior access, but there is exterior access. It's going to be a fairly modern liquor store. There's going to be a New York wine and liquor sales component of about 20 to 25%. The neighborhood stores, based on the recent sales, seem to be doing just fine. The one store who indicated he or it was going to object has an increase of sales of about 200,000 between 214 and 215, or 20%. The other stores in the area are either ahead or break even. My client is currently a manager for a liquor store in Queens, so she's been doing that for, I believe, about 5 years, so she's familiar with the business and how that works.
He's the manager?
She's a manager.
He ever has a cashier?
I'm sorry, my mistake.
Well, she nodded when you said manager,
Yeah,
so
it did.
can you clarify, please? Sure.
Yeah.
I was a cashier before, and then I become a manager later.
How long?
After 3 years.
So in October, were you a cashier or a manager? Or last year? October 2015?
Manager.
So why did you put down cashier here?
That's my mistake, Commissioner, I apologize.
So how'd you find this location?
Oh, I was passing by the avenue, and then I found there is a poster for rent.
Where do you live?
I live in Staten Island.
And you work in Queens?
I work in Queens.
And you ended up in Harlem?
My sons, they having school in there. And
It's not Harlem, is it?
What kind of stores?
96th Street.
I'm sorry, 96th Street. I don't want to offend Upper Manhattanites.
It used to be it was previously a deli.
Yeah, but you said your sons have stores in the area.
my son's having school.
Oh,
around
school.
there.
They attend public school up there?
Public, charter school, actually.
Or you live in Staten Island and you just commute there?
My parents-in-law, they are taking care of them.
And you had applied for a license previously in 2009? No?
In Queens?
I work there.
You never applied for a license?
No, never.
Belrose Liquor Depot,
No.
2009?
No, I never.
No?
Could someone have applied in your name?
Maybe similar to my name? No, but I never applied for liquor store before.
Same social security number.
Somebody used your social security number in 2009, July, to apply for a liquor license at Belrose, it's called Belrose Liquor Depot, Inc.
It was on Union Turnpike.
on Union Turnpike.
I never applied for liquor store before.
The same liquor, so was it the same name or just the same?
Excuse me.
Same name, same social security number?
Let me look at the signature.
So your current employer, what relationship, are you related?
He's my friend.
He's just your friend?
How, do you know that Belrose, or what's the address of Belrose?
We don't have the address.
I do.
Union Turnpike.
It is 24813 Union Turnpike.
Is that close to the store you work at now?
I don't even know what that address is.
Okay.
Is that in Belleville?
Oh, somebody,
Your identity.
somebody applied under your
That's so.
name and social security number,
And we got fingerprint results.
and we have your fingerprint results.
And then the application was withdrawn.
Somebody's fingerprint.
Someone's fingerprint results with your name.
I don't know. Maybe somebody used my name and social, but that's weird.
Can I ask a,
Yeah.
can I ask a technical question?
Yep.
Does your fingerprint contractor match prior applications? Because obviously, my
Some-
client was printed for this application.
This one was different because it was a hard card, not a
Okay.
digital, so.
I'm
But
just
this is the
asking 'cause
picture
I'm
that was
as
submitted,
surprised as everybody else.
the application, photo identification.
Can you come and look at that picture and tell us if that's you?
Looks like her.
It is me, but I promise you I never.
Oh.
I never done
Somebody,
that.
right, somebody.
Somebody did.
Somebody tried to use your picture, social security number, name, fingerprints.
Let me see what
Well,
they
that's-
said
That's why
that
I'm
you were.
asking about the fingerprints, Commissioner. Only,
Well, yeah, I can't verify with the fingerprints. It's the other factors, I guess.
But you're aware of how much information the application demands, and it's all it's all the same.
The woman who represented this application, we actually had felony conviction based on fraudulent
Applications.
submitted to us,
the person who
who
submitted the
represented
application?
this application.
Okay.
But she must have done it as what? Like, how did? That was before my time. But did the person who was convicted of a felony for fraud, doing it so that, like, I don't get it. They submitted
Generally,
her.
it was still on behalf of a real applicant.
Right, but just falsifying information, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
See what the employment says.
So on another issue, there's 5 stores within 0.4 miles.
Yes.
And the closest store is 0.1 miles, and I do see that their sales have gone up, but
With the other, yes, they've almost all gone up. The one person who bothered to complain is up 20% year over year.
well, we look at all the stores. I realize they have a right to complain, but if they don't complain, we still look at them.
That's fine. They're all stable or increasing. As you rightly pointed out, this is on the border of northern Manhattan, very southeast Harlem. There's a lot of development going on in southeast Harlem.
Now, for me, until we can clarify what happened with this I'm sorry, whatever happened to this previous license, I can't really,
We also have the residence address.
I think the
same address.
That's what I mean, is that the information in the application is very specific, and you can foil that application. I suggest you do that.
Absolutely.
But it's very specific, so if someone did take her identity, they went and got fingerprinted, they have an ID of
Without the
hers.
Social security number?
And we have multiple social security numbers.
The question I asked, and is whether or not there's a way to compare the fingerprints.
That I don't know, I'm sure.
That would solve it
I don't think.
real fast.
We can't, but I think it probably could.
Division of Criminal Justice
Yeah,
Services.
DCJS could, if you call them and say that, someone seems to be using her name. If it's not her, and if it is her, then the next question is, why doesn't she know that it was applied for?
Well,
That would be problematic.
it would be. I think she's been pretty clear with the.
Oh, no, I know what she's saying. I don't know, obviously the fingerprints would tell the story.
Okay.
Because if she got fingerprinted for a prior application and doesn't know she was applying, that is a red flag to me.
I wouldn't disagree with you.
So I agree with Commissioner Kim. We have bank statements too.
Yeah.
We'll do whatever we have to do.
So what I'm going to suggest you do is either withdraw this or we're going to deny it.
Well, can I make another suggestion?
What's the
If
other
there would be
suggestion?
the opportunity to match the fingerprints, just put it.
Well, it's not just the fingerprints, but how did they get the social, the permanent resident card, the spouses, bank statements?
Okay. My suggestion, having heard this about 5 minutes ago,
No, I understand.
I don't know.
So but that's why we're going to say is based on what we have now, we're going to deny it.
But the other,
But
We don't want to put it over.
I still don't know who used my identical and.
Well, you can foil our application and go to the police, and they certainly, if it's not you, will investigate. If you do go to the police and it was you, you're going to get arrested. So I wouldn't make a false claim. If somebody did file and steal your identity, I recommend you go to the police and report it.
my only question is, I know we have 30 days to file for reargument or renewal if it's denied. But just on an administrative matter, I'm wondering if we can put it over and save us all the trouble.
I don't want to put this over because given the information that's on the other application, I just find it hard to believe it wasn't her.
Is there a serial number attached to that
Yep.
application?
122-7931.
If it was just the name, I would put it over.
1227
7931.
31.
Belrose Liquor Depot, Inc.
Okay.
All right, yeah, and I agree with the chairman. If there was just a few coincidences and the evidence of identity theft, then we understand, but
Can you tell me
there's
what's
too
wrong
many
here?
similarities, so I vote to
Withdrawn
deny.
here?
It was withdrawn.
By letter?
Via letter. And you'll have that with.
Who wrote the letter?
That's
It's
my-
signed, it's showing us signed by,
Is this your signature? Why don't you show her the signature? Or do we have other signatures of hers?
No, it's not my signature.
Well, yes, Commissioner, you
let
have
me
her
show you
signature.
the personal questionnaire signature too.
Yeah.
And then it would be on the lease as well, so hold on one second.
Can you tell me,
Go back. Oh,
Yeah.
is the name of the rep who filed the application?
Ellen Lee.
Is it, I'm sorry?
Ellen Lee, L-E-E.
Oh, I know who she is.
There we go.
you can go over there too.
Yeah, okay.
I know
Okay,
who
hold on.
she
Tell me
is.
who she is first.
She applied for the liquor license for people, you know,
Okay.
and she did, many years ago,
Right.
you know, I tried to apply for the liquor, but we didn't. And then I gave her my,
You gave her your
personal-
document. All right.
everything.
And you
This
decided.
is not first time she done it.
Yeah, no, they've made that pretty
I
clear.
know Ellen, her office is in Flushing.
I believe what
I
my,
believe that's, I
Believe what
gave
my-
her all information and she used my information to do it for someone else.
I think we need to have a separate conversation with her. This please.
That's what she normally do
think with my
before.
clients,
I think she also have, they also,
You gave her all this
they arrest her
yeah,
before.
they did. She mentioned that.
All right.
I think what my client is telling,
When did you do this? When did you submit to Ms. Lee?
when did you give her your information?
I can't remember, but it was very long time
Oh, yeah, it
ago.
was 2009.
2009. And why did you give it to her?
She intended to apply, but she
Yeah,
decided
but I
not
didn't.
to.
Oh, you wanted to apply, but you didn't?
Yeah, because we found out she did a lot of,
She
fake
got-
things for people, so, we stopped.
What do we do? I have no idea.
Well, I mean, it still has to be.
Yeah, it's still, well, as of now,
Why I'm asking for it to be or rescheduled as opposed to going through all this again. And obviously, I assume someone in your office wants to talk
we
to my
have a
client.
meeting about this?
Yep.
Conference, quick conference.
We're going to have a quick conference.
Are we back on? Yes, thank you. So I'm still a little bit confused. Okay, so given this whole identity issue, let's put it aside for a second. So you said you were the manager, correct? As of October when you filed this, right? Now, what were your duties as manager?
Sometimes I do cashier works too, and basically what I do is counting the inventories.
Do you help order the inventory as well?
Yes.
Yeah, and who do you order from normally?
Normally from Empire or Southern.
Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes the red one from OPGs.
Mm-hmm. So you're in charge of ordering?
Oh, Peachy.
Oh, Peachy.
So you're in charge of ordering, sometimes inventory counting, cashiering. What else? What else were your duties?
Because it's a small liquor store, so basically I will do everything.
Oh, so how often was the licensee there then? Your employer or your boss, the owner of the store?
He be there sometimes, but not often.
What were his responsibilities compared to yours?
He's doing ordering too, because I'm not very not do all the orderings because too many liquor and wines. So he will do the major. He will collecting the sales also, and he will do also the orderings and.
But you guys would coordinate, right? You're ordering. I mean, he's ordering, you're ordering. How do you know if you're ordering too much or too
I
little?
will let him know.
Oh,
I
you
will
let him
tell
know.
him whatever I order.
Whatever you order.
Yes, and I will tell him, is this correct?
I see. Okay. So let's, should we hold it off for 2 weeks, a month?
2 weeks is the February 16th.
Probably.
That it's March 1st.
Okay, March 1st. March 1st, because we'd like you to have the chance to foil this and clarify whatever needs to be clarified.
Make sure they don't get redacted documents.
Excuse me?
Nothing, not just note to carry.
Yeah, I know.
They do not.
Yeah, I know. Is there a possibility of doing it in 2 weeks? Because like the previous applicant, their rent bill starts now. And I'll have it foiled today. And we'll do everything we can to make sure.
Can we get that turned around in that like?
I can try, yeah.
Jackie, you have to does that have to be redacted to give it to her if it's under her signature?
Sorry, I thought
Because otherwise she
theoretically
won't
it's her
be.
application.
Under FOIL, it would be redacted.
And she's not going to be able to see a lot of the stuff that she would need to see.
Well, can I, what's being,
She can't see her own application?
Bank statements.
No, not through FOIL. We can make a decision as an agency to release it, not pursuant to FOIL. If the agency makes a decision to release her own information to her, that's fine, just under
Okay,
FOIL,
we'll do that
Public
then.
Officers Law.
I agree.
is there something I need some,
Just send a letter in requesting that application. You have the number.
yes, sir.
And in the name of
Send that to
your
Jackie
client.
Held.
And is
And
that
send that to Jackie Held, and she'll send you the application.
Okay. You can take that by email today?
Yes.
And the 2-week date is the 16th?
Yes.
And was that going to will that include the fingerprint card
The fingerprint card is not,
available?
we don't have it. It went to Division of Criminal Justice
I
Services.
mean, I think given the way this is going, it's probably her fingerprint because she submitted everything to whoever her rep was. Everything that was genuine, it was her submitting it. It's not a question of that, but it's,
I'm getting that now, yeah.
okay.
And once we have the information, what's your suggestion on how we can test it?
I don't know, we're going to go look at it as well, and then we'll discuss it on the 16th, and we'll just continue what we're doing now and make a decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
So
With an
216.
application that had to
16?
come before the board, there has to be a video of who was here.
Well, my
No,
understanding
it got,
come.
withdrawn by letter.
it was withdrawn by letter.
That was my next question, is the minutes,
Yeah, no, it was never heard because it was
because it was
withdrawn.
withdrawn by letter and no one came and put their face or voice
Right.
on tape. Okay,
Hopefully this will clear it up. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, Mr. Begg, that's my contact information. Okay. That is over. Just take it. Okay. We are
216.
recalling. Which one? How about we'll recall 312, Azulvino? Tons of recalls here.
Yeah.
do this. And Rockland, are we good with that yet?
Hi. So, we had tried to contact the EDOT Inc., and they answered that they were operating usually after 4 p.m. Until about 9 p.m. I think there is a restaurant kind of connected to it. The way I look at this is that you're proposing to operate a 230 square foot space, only wine, in an area that is changing and growing. I know, I'm sympathetic to Mr. Schwartz because we were very thorough in our evaluation of his application. I think given the small footprint and the location and the fact that the other wine store is open from both of your testimony and Mr. Schwartz's testimony, not as regularly as one would expect for a store in the neighborhood to be open, I will vote to approve this application.
I'll vote to approve as well, based on your representations regarding New York wines, as well as the fact that you're only going to be a wine store and it's 230 square feet. And also the nearest wine store, which is 0.4 miles away, is apparently not open on a regular basis, so I'll vote to approve.
Thank you. Good luck.
Ready? Recalling to 316G, A. Sanchez.
I've spoken with my client regarding the unsigned letter from the Village of Spring Valley Police Department. First off, the prior owner...
I'm sorry, the unsigned letter? He signed it.
Is it? The letter, I don't...
Oh,
I don't know who wrote it.
I only gave you the
Okay.
first page.
I don't know which officer I'm responding to, but I don't doubt the veracity of the document.
Okay.
First off, the prior owner was a woman by the name of Maria Patino, who was in fact not present that day. I believe what the officer was referring to was someone by the name of Luis Jimenez, who is the assistant manager for Mr. Sanchez's restaurant presently, who was a prior manager. It did hold some title in the prior premises. This Maria Patino woman apparently gave Mr. Jimenez...
But didn't we ask him that and he told us no?
No, I'm sorry.
Didn't we ask your client if he was hiring anybody if anyone at the former restaurant worked at his current restaurant, and he said no? That's my recollection. I could be mistaken.
You can spin it, but that's the gist of the question, and that was the gist of the answer.
He was the assistant manager who was on duty that night. There's no parsing that at all.
But that goes to the core of our concern. Our concern is this place is a location that was canceled because of the violations, because of the poor method of operation that the previous licensee had. And the only way I would consider granting a license to anyone in that location is if they have absolutely nothing to do with the previous licensee, including sharing any employees or having some kind of close personal relationship with this applicant. And he represented that he just knows each other because everyone who's of Ecuadorian descent in Spring Valley knows each other. That was a representation that was given to me. And, if you can't stand up here and acknowledge the basic question of what I was getting at in order to get a favorable response to this application, then that in itself is also another issue and goes to the character and fitness of the particular applicant. So I vote to deny.
But may I be heard on that?
Yep.
Well, with regard to this particular applicant, he previously had a place since 2007 that operated without incident for several years, I'm told. And he voluntarily surrendered his own license in anticipation of opening up something here. He had nothing to do with with the prior owner while he was there. And he's been operating as just a regular restaurant since then. He's willing to take out the DJ equipment, which he inherited from the prior operation.
But see, the other issue is, and I now that you've read the letter, you're aware of it, is this is in a village where there are such problems with locations like this that the police actually go out and do a full-blown investigation before they apply for a liquor license, which is unheard of in my brief experience here. I haven't seen this. And they are blaming the increase in crime on these types of locations, and not to mention this exact location is one of the problem locations that they've had over the last 2 years. And his assistant manager was involved in that location. So you can see that this is a problem for us, because they're asking us to stop the problems where, or help them at least stop the problems where we can.
As far as I know, based on the FOIL, up until this, the FOIL that I received, which was current as of mid-January, there were no incidents at this location, certainly since my clients...
No, I'm talking about the previous licensee, right. But as he said, it's because there's no alcohol. And that's arguable as well, since it seems like there's Corona in a gallon of wine there.
Well, the explanation for that is that they did baste certain meats and marinate certain meats in that. It was not...
Corona?
I'm told unequivocally that there's a certain goat dish that is basted or marinated in beer and some in wine. That was not offered for...
I understand that people...
It wasn't even in the kitchen.
Huh?
Wasn't it behind the DJ booth? I could be wrong.
In a refrigerator.
It was said it was...
But I mean, just given the circumstances, and Commissioner Kim already voted, so my vote, is going to be consistent with his. Given the conditions of this village and the fact that this location was extremely problematic in the past for the police there, and the fact that your client has decided that he's going to hire somebody from that former location. Or that former bar. And, he wants a DJ and dancing and recorded music. Well, this is more than a restaurant. And what they don't want in this village is clubs.
And he's willing to forego and make it a...
But that's just that's the beginning of the next application. I mean, probably the best thing to do is leave Spring Valley if you want to open a business, because they don't want it. It's quite clear, because this is not the only Spring Valley application that I've seen them do this kind of write-up on. And they're going to continue to do that until they believe that the bars and the restaurants are not the cause of the problems. And we're going to continue to listen to them. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
$293, Regulars LLC.
Okay.
Say that again?
Another one,
So
yeah.
you can finish, only have a few more, and then you go to that. No, that's
Yeah,
not for this.
okay, I know.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo. If you please introduce yourselves.
My name is Adrienne Dowd.
My name is Carmen Mello.
We have the two of the three principals of Regulus, and we seek an on-premises liquor license.
So the community board, I guess, raised a couple of issues, right? There's one, 2 a.m. versus 4 a.m. closing. There's another one where one of you, or a woman, they said, who claimed she was the majority owner, showed up at the committee meeting, and then at the full board meeting, it was a gentleman who showed up and said he was the majority owner.
We're equal owners.
Well, there's 3 of you, right?
Yeah.
And each of you are 33% owners?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well...
So they're referring to Rashid Johnson?
I presume I wasn't at the full board meeting, I was at the subcommittee with Adrian.
Was Rashid the one who showed up at the full board?
All 3 showed up at the full board, but he did most of the speaking at the full board.
And did he say he was the majority owner just by accident, or? You guys are all 33% owners, okay,
Maybe
fine.
he wanted to represent himself
It's not,
that way.
it's not actually. In our agreement, he's 40. He's
He
40,
is.
and
He's a
we're
small
each
percentage,
30.
sorry.
But at the first
We
community...
renegotiated.
40,
But I,
30, 30.
in the first...
He is the majority.
In the first meeting, didn't say that I would have been majority. He's...
All right,
yeah.
so that was, they had concerns about the veracity of statements.
So then tell us why you can't do 2 a.m.
Well, can I?
And why you need security on Friday and Saturdays for a restaurant?
We don't. Well,
But you put that you do, or
Requested
you
by the
will.
community board, they asked us if we would put security on, and we said yes.
Okay, so let's do the 2 AM thing.
All right.
If you want to speak, you can speak first. I can cover up.
we used to reside in this neighborhood for several years, and we're very familiar with it. We've become very friendly with the community on the block in the immediate neighborhood. Some of them are even going to be working for us. We have a lot of acquaintances and friends who live in this area that work in the service industry in Manhattan, commuting home around 2 AM. We have been bartenders and servers basically our entire adult lives. There's a lot of value for a place that serves food until 3 in the morning when you work till 2 AM every night. And that neighborhood is very, very lacking in any food options after about midnight. So just to hope you guys consider that.
And correct me if I'm not saying this right, Mikado? You had a problem in 2012, were you both did you both own that then? And what was that
It
problem?
was a small, it was more of an administrative than anything else. It was a small area. That was a loft that was not considered on the, not filed with the original application.
That's the extension of premises?
Yeah, there was like a two-step loft up, and it wasn't on the plan. I didn't do the application, but I was told what happened.
Do you still own that place? And that's the only history, that issue, in the premix?
There were no
premix-
signs.
But that, I'm talking about that one case, that's the
That
only
one case was the only issue they've ever had.
And we remedied that immediately. We just weren't aware that we needed to file that. We were young. Now we,
And what, you were premixing, was that sangria or something?
It was infusion
Infusion.
with fruit and vodka.
And Michael Hoffer is still principal of that? And he's not involved in this venture?
I'd like to also bring to your attention that this is not a 500-foot issue. There are not 3 premises within 500 feet. In addition to that, you have 2 very strong operators who, with the exception of the items that the chairman has brought up, run very clean businesses that go till 4 AM, 7 days a week.
yeah, we have all of our staff tips and ServSafe certified. We also still work at our businesses behind the bar. We're very hands-on.
So who's going to operate this venue Friday through Sunday after 11 PM if you're going to be open till 4? Because I see Adrian's going to be 3 to 10, Carmen's going to be 1 to 11.
I actually just finished the schedule. Friday nights, I'll be there till 4 AM. I have a general manager already hired. She'll be working Saturday nights till 4 AM, if we're allowed to have that license. So there will always be somebody in charge, tip certified, able to
These
deal
two
with-
businesses are also only 2 miles away from one another, and we very easily commutable by both of us. We both have vehicles. We both are intend to be very hands-on at both locations.
We've had our locks cut at the location over late nights, and we are very eager to be able to
You've had your lots?
our locks, like our gate locks, so we're very eager to be able to be open and, occupying the premises as many hours a day as we can.
She says the locks have been cut, so people have gone inside.
This place or the Anchorage?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
At this place.
We've installed security cameras and.
I was just going to say,
alarms and
it's
things.
actually quite desolate now. It'll be very well lit with security cameras all around. It's actually a place that's not, it's in a neighborhood that's not really the best.
The building was abandoned.
Another
actually,
thing as
for quite a few
well
years.
is, there is a burrito place that's just a couple doors down, and I was in there yesterday, and he was saying that he's really looking forward to us opening with those late hours, and he intends to extend his hours. So it's not just something that is potentially good business for us, but it's also business that neighboring venues are hoping
And the
to.
burrito place is a restaurant, or is it more of a?
It's a restaurant. They don't have any alcohol there.
See. And the Mikado, Brooklyn, that's kind of, do you have DJs and dancing there? Is it just a straight up bar?
It's got about almost 40% of our sales are food there, which is what we intend.
Over
for the new-
40.
Over 40.
Will be more than
This one, we actually project to do more food sales because there's just really not dining options around there. The closest things to us are a coffee shop that closes at 7 and a Dunkin' Donuts. And other than that, the nearest food establishment,
So no DJs, no dancing, right?
no.
But you will have, so you will have security or you won't have security?
We will.
You will,
On Friday
okay.
and Saturday nights.
One, two? One?
It takes pressure off the bartenders.
Sure, no, I understand. I'm not saying I'm not against the idea of security guards. I think more security is always better, obviously, whether you have a restaurant or not, but it's just sometimes security guards, when you have multiple ones, then you require them because the nature of the business isn't necessarily a restaurant.
Yeah.
There was one older lady at the subcommittee who indicated she would feel better if we had security, so.
All right. Well, based on the representations made today and the relatively clean history of the two of the three applicants, or all three of the applicants, I'll vote to approve, but I'm not sure about the hour yet, whether it's 2 to 4.
I'm going to vote to approve as well, and I was going to vote for, simply because I think that one, it's not 500 foot, and two, I think your justification for why you need it to be 4 o'clock made very good sense to me. So I was going to, and I believe you, so I was going to
Did the community board ask for them to start at 2 and come back at all? Was
No,
there
we didn't
anything
really
like
have a
that?
conversation. It was this community board, I think, is kind of new to the process. So it was a very strange conversation. Once we said 4 a.m., they didn't say anything like, would you be willing to close at 2 or anything of the sort. But after they voted, one of the persons came out and said, it was because you wouldn't close early, we won't do 4 o'clock in the morning. No one even said, would you consider closing earlier? And I think
and I do have a problem with that kind of across-the-board rule by a community board. So I think the reasoning was valid, given that they've clearly been in the bar business for quite some time, and the majority of their friends are going to be in the bar business.
All right, I'll do 4 a.m. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
252, Copendale.
I move to withdraw count 2.
Okay, so I'm good with withdrawing count 2. As to the first charge, you offer 5-day suspension plus 12,000 civil penalty. I'll accept it.
I accept as well. You know what happens on the next one.
I don't think there'll be a next one.
No
Okay.
warrant.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
274, Griffin Restaurant.
That's what happens here. That's what happens on this case, the next one.
Offer cancel and
All right.
bond.
For cancellation.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a request to recall item 295, St. Mark's Vintners. Mr. Paludas?
I was here earlier.
Yes.
On my arrival back at my office, Commissioner, I tried to pull the census data down that we discussed and realized that I misspoke, and so I'm here to correct the record. It appears that the entire, and this is not the Census Bureau data, the Census Bureau data apparently is not working.
Wait, I'm sorry, did we approve this? Or did we
You did approve it.
Oh, so yes.
Approved it, okay.
You approved
But
the
I feel
application.
an
I want to tell you, I knew that.
Because you
I just wanted to make sure. Okay, please.
I feel an obligation to return my 3.3 and my respect for the tribunal. There was growth, it appears, based on Town Data's website, but the truth is I don't have a 30,000 number to offer, and I wanted to make sure that the board.
And so what is the number?
I don't know. It looks like it's somewhere about 2.5%, but it's growing according to Town Data's information.
This was in Brooklyn.
Right, this is the Brooklyn application.
Fourth Avenue, this is the Fourth Avenue, the first one.
application.
Yeah, I don't think I based my decision on the population
So at
group.
the end of the, Commissioner Kim did indicate about the new development, which would add to the PCNA. You made a statement regarding that.
Right, and there was I believe you submitted a pretty big submission about all the development in the area, which is not done yet,
There's a
which
good-
will increase that population.
It will, and I, as I indicated earlier, I think there are independent reasons for approving the application. I just wanted to.
No, I appreciate that, because I did specifically also cite the 30,000 number, and so.
You did, Commissioner.
All right, I appreciate that. My vote stands. Thank you.
As
Thank
does
you.
mine.
All right, have a nice day.
You too.
235, Sanchez Deli and Grocery.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, good morning. Good morning. I'm here for Sanchez Deli and Grocery. Aurelia Tavares signed the expediter on this application, and this is Miguel Sanchez, the owner. We made an offer of $6,000 for the, as penalty for the location. Also, he hasn't had a violation in 21 years that he's had that location. I also wanted to make a petition to see if we could lower that fine a little bit. He had,
Let me ask you, the police executed a search warrant.
yes.
So what were they looking for? Was it the cigarettes or the gambling, or was it worse?
No, they were looking for alcohol outside of the class, which they found, the bottles, the little bottles.
They wrote a search warrant for singlets?
No, I would have believed that it was for the slot machines, and I think having doers and slot machines at a deli would normally be something more than 6,000, but being that they haven't had anything in the past 12 years in Corona, an area where we have lots of problems.
Okay.
There was literally a casino running out of here. There was 662 50-milliliter bottles of hard liquor. There was a slot machine. I mean, to me, it sounds like a casino being run out of here in the back.
De juego, una máquina de juego.
So when I saw that, I get that he had a very clean history, which is why I might not cancel and bond him right away, but the casino being run out of Corona?
If I may add, it's a deli, it's a restaurant, a grocery store deli in Corona, and it's been there for 20 years. He said many years ago, they had a slot machine, the ones that a lot of the delis have. I agree with Council Flung. And he's saying that they don't have a machine now. I don't know if something's wrong there. They don't have a machine there. He was...
Well, they had records.
Well.
And devices, it says, so...
Well, they had a slot machine that said, and policy slips and other gambling records.
Right now.
No, what they had was, in the Dominican community, there's a thing called numbers.
Right.
That's what they had.
Right.
That's what they had, and there was a man who comes in on Saturdays and Sundays and does numbers.
No, I get that, but they also had a slot machine, whether he was using it or not at the time. It may have been there for years, I get that, but it was there.
Okay, yeah, he was not, my point is that it was not activated.
Okay.
Nobody was using it.
But he was doing numbers, a numbers game.
Yeah, we're pleading no contest to that, but the numbers is unfortunately a cultural thing, and I kind of had to pull it out of him, but he can't have the guy come in and do it.
We have an extensive lottery here in New York State he could use.
It's from Dominican Republic, and it's craziness. It's number one.
We pay off better too.
Well, it's.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, not the defendant. The licensee also failed to then notify us of his arrest in this in a timely manner. That matter hasn't been forwarded from Enforcement's office to councils yet too, but he will be receiving a notice of pleading for that as well.
I actually sent something to Ms. Mackey on this matter immediately as soon as they brought over the paperwork. So I'm not sure that is...
It's not in the system. I see that Ms. Mackey scanned it in the cases with her, but I don't see anything from you to the office.
I'm sorry, I sent it to her. I sent a fax with the information.
I don't see it in here. If she has it, she hasn't put it in.
But as Commissioner Kim said, generally this would be very close to a cancellation other than the fact of his history, because he doesn't have a history. So, at least within the last 12 years. So, I mean, I think 6,000 is very generous on our end.
It was just, the reason this also got into a little bit of disarray. It's a family-run business. His son was running it while he had his kidney replaced. So he was out for a certain period of time. That's why I had to get water, because we were sitting here for a while. But that was the reason I was asking for a lower penalty. But if there's, just...
This is pretty low in our estimation.
Can we include that other charge? The notice of pleading's out already?
No, it hasn't come from enforcement to council.
If you want to, we can. We'll just...
Can we just do that?
We'll give him a letter of warning.
Well, there's no notice of pleading.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no notice of pleading.
And if enforcement does in fact have the documents, they're just not scanned in, then it may not be an issue.
Okay. All right, well, what we will do is give him a break should that next thing come, if you send a letter, it'll go away. In a timely fashion. If you sent the letter within 10 days, there won't be a case. But if there is a case, we'll give them a break on that one.
Okay, so the fine will be,
I'll just went to go check in enforcement if there was the letter, if you want to wait while
Yeah,
we do other
on this
cases.
one, I would say, look, I originally had cancel and bond, but then because of the 12 years, I said maybe 15,000 and 5-day suspension, but, you know, given the circumstances, I'm willing to do something along the lines of 10 to 12,000.
and when he heard the 15,000, he's saying, no, let's take the 6,000.
No, he's not giving you 6.
Oh, no,
I'm
I'm sorry.
definitely not giving you 6.
Well, considering also that he was absent for 2 months because of his
I'm
surgery.
taking all of that into
Okay.
consideration and not canceling and bonding and coming down from 15,000 plus 5-day suspension, but what do you have? I mean, untaxed cigarettes, the gambling, unlicensed storage, 662 50-millimeter bottles. That's not just his son selling something on the side.
What number were you at? What number are you at?
Mars,
I'm
that
at
is
like
tonight.
10 to 12,000.
I mean, as low as we will go is 10.
Yeah, that's what I figured, so 10.
Or he can close, if he wants to close and take a little bit more off of that, he can do that.
Right. So I'll agree with 10,000.
Not close, but not sell liquor.
¿Qué clase de juego era que había? Si ayer era lo que habían en una
No, no,
tabla,
eso no.
he encontrado $20 solamente.
That's the other
Eso
thing.
no es
¿Y
juego.
votaron el ticket?
Oh, I forgot about that.
That's why I
Ah,
was,
bueno, yo sé si tengo un ticket.
sometimes the longer you stand there.
Oh, no, pues déjalo, no le vamos a decir eso. He's just claiming that when they went to court for the criminal matter on this, because of the referral, he said that the judge was like, what kind of game is here? They're just numbers. So I know your level of
Also,
gambling and theirs is
forget the
different.
gambling. The gambling isn't why he's getting.
And that judge was a lot nicer than us.
I just took your word for the slot
Judges see
machine
the
not being
Dominican
used,
lottery all
and
the
we said the numbers game is gambling, but everything else on its own is still,
Yo iría a José Miguel.
well, yeah.
$10,000.
So what was the final disposition of the
So that's why we lowered it to 10.
La penalidad es que ellos te cancelan la licencia.
Como que cancelan la licencia de qué?
El fine que te van a dar son $10,000. No
La
6,000
licencia
como
de
lo
que
que
me
hablan.
cancelan.
La de vender vino, la de beber cerveza, no legal.
Bueno, ya eso está serio. Aún porque ellos, tú le puedes explicar.
He's a grocery store and he's selling. Do I have to repeat the number again?
No, she's translating for him.
No, I know.
No.
Giving
So,
him more to
we
translate.
do provide translator services if we know in advance, and that way you're aware of what's going on.
Es serio.
I'm willing to wait.
How much time does he have to pay, Your Honor? He's going to take the 10,000.
It'll be, the letter will go out, it will be within 20 to 30 days. So about a month.
30 días, un mes más o menos, pero tiene para pagarlo. And I wanted to add that he did take the ATAP training, because they're adamant about,
Oh, that will come to me. I'll put it as part of his record.
What was the disposition of the criminal matter?
that only gives you credit. That gives you, it
Por
teaches you
caso,
what it is.
mira, estos pusieron una cita para marzo 16, me parece que fue.
They put an appointment for, on their agenda to March 16th. They're still in,
Was there an indictment?
no, le hicieron una, lo pusieron, ahí le pusieron encuesta para eso.
Nosotros fuimos como una cita a presentarnos, ¿tú ves? Pero la cita entonces la propusieron para marzo.
They said they went to present themselves in court for the summons, and then they just adjourned it to the 16th, so he doesn't know what the disposition is, what's going to happen. I don't think.
Y que en la corte.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would call, who to check on that other thing?
Donald.
Oh, Donald's checking for you.
287.
What is Donald checking for me?
The DCJS case, the arrest notification.
You want me to wait, or you can just?
Just wait 2 minutes and he'll be back.
Okay, this is Dave, 287. Davi Grocery.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. It's an orphan compromise, 7,500.
Number is this? 287.
What's up with the landlord?
Good brothers, but he's, apparently, I don't know what happened with his brother. I guess his brother might have been left without a job, maybe brought him in, but he wasn't working.
Supposed to be there.
He didn't know that. I had talked to him. I said, what happened? He says, I didn't know that he didn't have to be there. I said, well, you signed something about 10, 12 years ago. He says, did you forget? He says, I didn't remember that he couldn't be there. So I did speak to his brother, because I represent him in other things in the past, and I told him that he can't be an employee at the premises. So he understands that. And so does Manuel, so.
Does he also understand he's not supposed to have liquor?
Oh. He's not supposed to drink on the premises, I told him. If you want that, I said, you can apply for your license, but, talk to the village first.
How come we didn't get a sale without appropriate license on this charge?
Because I don't know if we had evidence that he sold it.
So it was selling liquor with an AX license.
But did they observe a sale?
Oh, I see. Right. I don't know. I mean, I don't buy the fact that he knew he wasn't supposed to be involved, and then he was working there, and
Yeah, Commissioner Kim, when I spoke to him, I didn't know until I received the papers from Mike Amoredo after I made the offer anyway. And Mike said, Louis, did you know that, Reynaldo can work there? I said, no, I didn't. I didn't. And then I called my client, Manuel, and I spoke to him. He says, did you know you signed something when you applied that you couldn't employ, your brother? He says, Louis, I don't remember. And I didn't apply for the license. I mean, it was so long ago, it could have been that he forgot. I really, that's the only reason I could imagine that he would have done that.
Oh, no. So that was it wasn't even a community board, it was a SLA stip. It was one of our stipulations that
Which is on the license, right?
Which is on the license. Ronaldo.
Does that say it on the license?
No, it doesn't say it on the license.
Mr. Ronaldo Rodriguez was not to have anything to do with this.
It was
except
signed
as
back in
landlord.
2000.
Right.
It was 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's not even scanned into our workflow
The fact that he
records.
wasn't
It's in-
involved in the beginning, I'm sure that he had to remember why, no? I don't know, huh?
You would think.
I don't know, I cancel and bond because I think if we don't uphold our stipulations, what's the point?
I was going to go to 10.
Commissioner Kim, if you accept 10, I spoke to them. They understand that he cannot be there. And like I said, it was such a long time ago that it's impossible to remember everything.
They have no other adverse history on this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Since 2000, nothing? All right.
Well, hang on.
So, but I shouldn't just assume.
No, it was some litigation long ago. No, it's probably for something else.
No.
Transfer.
I mean, if there was alcohol in there, I would be canceling bond.
Right.
If there was hard
Okay, there's
alcohol.
no
And that's
alcohol
the
there.
information we had.
Yes. No, there was no.
Okay, I'll do 10,000.
10,000.
Appreciate it.
They were litigating
Thank you.
licensing.
Please have them understand
so there's
nothing to
nothing.
do with.
Yes.
Thank you.
Correct. Thank you.
Okey-doke.
Is that it?
For sign-ins.
Do you want to do the summary? Or-
Yes, we have it.
Oh, yeah.
Who's doing that?
Mark, do you want me
Mark's
to
doing
email
that. So you
Jackie?
want, how much time do you need to read that
No, we can do it.
in the short version?
Yeah.
All right. Send him an email.
What do we do, hit both bars and
Just
Oneonta?
It was a hot night in Oneonta.
How many 18-year-olds are there in
It
Oneonta?
was a winter. It was winter though. It was a warm.
It's always winter.
Weather-wise, you're saying?
Okay, so while they walk down here, do you want to get rid of some other ones?
Yes.
Or you want to read?
No, go ahead.
All right, it was 227.
Sorry, 227. Okay, why do I have this up here? What happened to? Oh, all right. Offer 250 accept.
Accept.
228.
Offer 250 accept.
Accept.
229.
This is approximately 10 months. Is 2,000 the workers' comp? About right.
It certainly has a delegation, yes, that's what we
Yes.
offer.
Accept.
Accept.
230, 231.
Offer 15,000 accept.
Accept.
232.
I actually thought that they offered too high.
For a liquor store?
Yeah, because it was their first sale to minor. The other one was sale for resale.
Okay, what do you
So I
want
had
to do?
4,500.
4,500.
233.
3,500.
No, actually, that was, what are we at, 233? Oh, this is a
233.
straight no contest. Okay, what'd you say, 3,500? 3,500.
234.
This one had a count of 4,500.
I'll agree with the
236.
Offer 2,500, accept.
Accept.
237.
6,000. Second
6,000.
second sale to minor.
Oh, no, I got 6,500 because it's a liquor store. Oh, but 5 year? No, and they did a sale to minor in February 15.
All right, 6,500.
6,500.
238 through 241.
A revoking bond.
Already took.
It's already
No,
revoked.
Already revoked,
So
so
I got
it's-
canceled.
All right, accept
You're
the
not-
offer, I guess.
They have another case on.
Oh, wait a minute. All right, it's just canceled. I don't even know if I do. I don't have a bond either, so it's going to be canceled. 242.
All right, this guy wants a reduction due to 20-year clean history, said kids sold to his friend, and I have another case that I talked to Jackie about where the same thing happened, so, and I was willing to reduce to $1,000.
All right, 1,000.
244.
I had 1,500. Is there more? Yeah.
1,500.
Oh, so it's a counter offer.
Hmm?
It's a counter offer then.
Yes, counter. Sorry, counter.
245.
3,000.
3,000. Mark's here. You want to do Mark?
Mark.
Your
disappeared.
your microphone's not on.
Good afternoon.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, all right, hold on.
We have to call it in.
I got Council's Office proposing emergency summary order suspension on license serial number Otsego OP 2192307. It's been marked agenda number 2016-316K. License is issued to Choice Ultra Lounge LLC, located at 3 to 5 Market Street in the city of Oneonta. Presenting for Council's Office is Associate Attorney Farring. Council?
Thank you. This matter is being referred to the board for the request for summary suspension. This establishment was first licensed on October 23rd, 2013. It is licensed as a restaurant with a kitchen and chef to be employed at all hours of operation. As can be seen from the incident reported below, the establishment has ceased to operate as a restaurant and serves no food, only alcoholic beverage. On the night of January 29th, 2016, the authority conducted a joint investigation with the New York State Police, the Oneonta Police Department, and the SUNY Oneonta Campus Police Department at the Choice Ultra Lounge. Of the approximately 85 patrons in the licensed establishment, about 70 were under the age of 21. Investigators witnessed the direct sale of alcoholic beverages to numerous people under the age of 21. No proof of age was requested at the bar. The bartenders served bottled beer, shots, and mixed drinks to all patrons. Sworn statements were obtained from 12 of the underage patrons, most of whom admitted to utilizing easily apparent fake driver's licenses to gain entry to the premises. If they were asked by security guards at the door for a second ID, they simply showed their school ID. 2 patrons admitted using a friend's license. One underage patron showed his true license, indicating that he was under 21, and another patron was not required to show any ID at all. Investigators observed no one consuming food at the restaurant. When they questioned the owner, he stated that he does not have a cook or chef, and food is brought in from a third party, and that he does not have food available during all hours of operation. The dining area was closed and there were no tables or chairs set up for dining. In summary, over 80% of the approximately 85 patrons in the establishment or under the age of 21. The licensee sold alcoholic beverages to every patron who ordered a drink at the bar. Fake IDs were readily accepted at the door. Obviously, the owners are not properly supervising the establishment, nor are they conforming to the method of operation on file with the authority. As far as prior history, the licensee has a sale to minor in 2014 for which he paid a $3,000 civil penalty in 2015. In total, the owners have had a liquor license for only a little over 2 years. Pending a hearing on the charges, Counsel's office recommends that the members take emergency action to summarily suspend the liquor license of the Choice Ultra Lounge in order to protect the public health, welfare, and safety.
Thank you. And they also have a history of a sale to minor, a prior, correct?
Yes. That occurred in 2014, and they paid the penalty in 2015.
Counsel, were they to your knowledge, were they checking any IDs at the door? Or were they just walking in?
They were checking IDs at the door. The IDs that were offered were very apparently fake IDs that even a layperson could see were fake. They had laminations on top that you could peel back, and if you bent the card, there was a crease that would appear in the ID. Most of them were out of state as well.
Okay. The owners have had the license for only a little over 2 years, and they've shown a complete disregard of one of the most important ABCL laws, and that's to protect the sale to minors. 2014, they started off with a sale to minor and paid a civil penalty of $3,000 just last year in 2015. And then in January of this year, as you so aptly described, 80% of the approximately 85 patrons were under 21, and everybody was being served at the bar. So I think that we need to summarily suspend this license immediately, and that's my vote.
I vote to summarily suspend as well. It's obvious that they have no intention and have not had an intention of being a restaurant for quite some time, and that their basic business model is serving underage college students. And the fact that they have had a underage sale, which they already paid a fine on previously, put them on notice that whatever security measures they thought they had in place were not working adequately. And I think that what we found there recently is indicative of how they intended to run their business. So I vote to summarily suspend as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to clarify, it's hard to just identify on our records. There was a summary suspension back in 2012, which days on it, and they're at 3 Market, same address. So it's kind of a common occurrence.
So this location was summarily suspended when?
Back in 2012.
So just for the record,
Previous.
so this location has had a suspension previously, just for the record. It was not under these owners, obviously, based on the dates we just heard, but it's obviously a problem location as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Albany. I knew the address sounded familiar.
And they just got all this paperwork yesterday, so Mark and Lisa really moved to get this done today.
And every underage college student in Oneonta is shedding tears right now because there's nowhere to go for the rest of the semester.
248.
Offer letter warning, accept.
Accept.
249.
2,500, accept.
Accept.
It's workers' comp.
250.
Offer 7,500, accept.
Accept.
251.
Counter 4,500.
Counter 4,500. And we want to withdraw charge 3, correct, counsel?
The failure to supervise.
Those were just, those were in conjunction with sale to minor charges.
I'm just, because it's the same attorney, I don't know whether he...
Yeah, but this isn't on premise.
Okay, so leave it. No withdrawal.
253.
Offer 6,000, accept.
Accept.
254.
3,000, accept.
Accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
256.
I thought this was low. I need to speak to the assigned attorney for this.
Yeah, I had cancel and bond.
I did too.
That's why I wanted to speak to the
So
assigned
counter
attorney.
cancel and bond.
Counter, okay. 257.
Offer 3,000, I'll accept.
Accept.
258.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. Can I, hold on one
So
second?
yeah, they're
That's
from
nothing else-
2011.
yeah, Nothing else is pending since 2014. Back when it came before the members, there was a $5,000 offer that wasn't accepted. That's why there was a hearing.
No, but the members countered with cancellation.
Yep. That's,
So it's
that's
cancel
for
and bond.
you, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no bond, just there's,
So
not
cancel.
that old. Okay. 259.
259.
Big one.
Yeah, it was, again, the second
Oh.
case for Medusa. It's already revoked.
Yeah, it's already revoked, so what is it, cancel and
I'll
bond?
just revoke for the record.
Yeah, I got revoke.
But you want to dismiss counts 5, 13,
Yeah,
14.
dismiss counts 5.
As enumerated.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go, I like that one.
Thank you.
I agree.
And this was was this the poor decision?
No,
Remind me of that one.
yeah, that's the disapproval.
Okay.
All right, hold on. 260.
6,500, accept.
Accept.
261.
6,000, accept.
Accept.
263
Oh, can we go back to that? Should that be 6,500?
for liquor store.
Yeah, but
The liquor store and 18, well, I'll leave it at 6,000.
It
Just
might have
get
been
rid of it.
before the
Yeah.
change.
6,000.
263.
so 5 months is what, 1,000?
If-
Workers' comp,
I think it's 1,500, isn't it?
1,500,
Yep,
yes.
1,500.
1,500.
264.
So 7 weeks, so this is 1,000?
Yep,
This is September to October, yeah.
1,000.
So these workers' comp are going to get taken out of our realm, right?
Yeah, I didn't
What's
have a
the new
chance to get the, I
Okay.
got one delegation worked on this week, not the other.
Okay.
265,
Cancel and bond, accept.
Cancel and bond.
266,
7,500, accept.
Accept. I assume he didn't get notified of all these sales?
All together.
It's from the NYPD.
Okay,
correct?
so accept 7,500.
267,
Offer 3,500, accept.
Accept.
268.
Offer 1,000, accept.
I actually thought that this should be a letter of warning,
Which one,
because
this one?
it all happened outside. I just don't know that the suffering and permitting, it's very nice.
There's not.
So
I
got a
think that
letter.
was the gift, was the 1,000. We can do it. What do you want to do it?
Got a letter of
Okay,
warning.
a letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
269,
Offer cancellation and $1,000 civil penalty, accept.
Accept.
270,
Yeah, I mean, should be 6,500 as well, I think. I don't know.
It's a grocery
6,000,
store.
accept.
Accept.
271,
1,500, accept.
Accept.
272, I have a request to adjourn.
That's crazy.
Yep, to the next board meeting,
216.
216.
Okay.
273,
6,000.
No, they turned down a $7,500 offer and went to hearing.
Wait, where is this? Prohibited sales.
I have 10. That's correct, right, Jackie?
Yes, yes.
Are we at 7,500?
they made an offer
No,
of
you offered
5,000.
before hearing at
Countered with
7,500.
All right,
75.
You
10,000.
countered.
10,000.
Commissioner Kim, you concur?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
sorry, I
do.
didn't hear you. 275.
I had bring these people in because they violated the community board steps and
Yeah, I had spoken with Mr. Katsouris.
Yeah, I would have bring them in too, because we do want to know that they are following them now.
I'm sorry, not Mr. Katsouris.
Bookman? Is this Bookman?
And what'd he say?
I'm confusing it with a different place with Mr. Katsouris down in that neighborhood too that also violated the community steps.
Oh, who's Max Bookman? Is that the son?
That is the son.
So can we bring them in?
You can do whatever you want.
Bring them in.
Over to 216. Please. 276.
cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
No bond. Sorry.
Just cancel.
Cans. 277.
10K.
10K.
278 through 270, and 279.
Withdraw 2 and 3 in
The
the
first
first
proceeding.
proceeding. And then for the rest, accept, offer, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
280.
This is a bizarre case.
Yeah, charge 3 is dismissed, the rest are sustained, and I cancel and bond.
Cancel and bonds.
281.
This is also extension of happy hour promoter
This was,
violation of
wait, go-
53.
This was a promoted event after
Okay.
7 p.m.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can we bring them in? Is this the same? This is a violation of CB3?
216 for them to appear.
That's 283.
Counter 6,500.
Counter 6,500.
284.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
285.
We said 8,000, but I have a counter of 10.
Hold on.
It was the day after we imposed the second fine that they did another sale to minor.
Most of the documentation for these multis go to the corporate headquarters. They're not necessarily delivered to the store. That's how we work with multis.
So these are different locations? No, right? It's still
I
the same
mean,
location.
they have a central address that they want all their correspondence to go to, which includes pleadings.
How about this one? We find them on
That's what I
1216. They
said.
got the next one on 1217.
They're gonna have to fix their system to get communication out.
Do you want them to appear, or you
No.
just?
I 10,000.
We're going to get some lawyer.
I just have counted 10,000.
10,000.
286.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
288.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
289.
100? 100?
Would you have 100? Okay.
Yeah.
100.
I don't know.
Just so you know, those are for the 100 is for the signs. That's what the limit is for the under, it must be
That's in the
over
statute.
21. Yeah, this is for this failure to display the license.
Oh, this is our license?
You just doing it as a
Then
fine, or
that's
as,
what?
as you believe it's according to the statute?
And it's okay that if you want to,
What's the statute for the not
the
displaying the
statute is
license?
for the signs.
Right. Oh, so then
This
we
is
have,
displaying the license.
oh, so we have leeway on that.
Yes.
You have leeway on the license, but
Right, which, if 100 is what you want, that's fine. I just wanted you to
Yeah,
know
no,
it
thank
wasn't
you.
the same.
I think 250 probably
Okay,
for the
250.
250 for our sign.
290, I have a request to adjourn.
Okay.
I'm engaged, work-wise. Okay, so over to 216.
Yes.
291.
This one is,
This, you're going to see more of these when they were arrested for sales to minors, but we actually don't have the sale to minor information. So we can't charge the sale to minor.
So this guy is getting charged for failure to tell us that he got arrested for sale to minor, but we can't charge him with it?
Correct, because when it came into enforcement, we didn't get.
Do you want to just hold them going forward?
This is from
No,
2014.
No, well, now has them reaching out
Oh, all
to
right.
the
what is
precincts.
this, 1,000?
1,000.
296.
I had denied the reconsideration.
This was the decision, Chairman, where, it doesn't start off saying that who appeared at the hearing for the licensee, was the licensee there, was there an attorney from counsel's office?
Yeah, this hearing by Judge Dialto was just insufficient. And she comes to the conclusion that the license should be denied because the applicant has demonstrated a flagrant disregard of the alcohol beverage law, which I don't disagree with, but I just think that she didn't really put it in perspective.
Do you want to give any?
Do you want to go back to the same ALJ for to be in the proper format and with the?
I don't know, do we have to, or can't we?
You
Do what
can,
you want.
Can't we rule on this?
yes, you can.
Yeah, we'll rule on this. Oh, go ahead. What?
You just expand on what she didn't do.
Yeah, because
Well, at the start, it doesn't have information.
Well, she didn't, let me do it. She didn't identify the lawyers that appeared in front of her, which there was a lawyer from our agency as well as a lawyer for the restaurant, I believe. And it's just completely, the whole entire decision encompasses about, in total, 4 paragraphs. And doesn't really discuss, there had to be more testimony than this at the hearing, and the written decision itself is basically conclusory. Now, I'm not saying I disagree with her final result, but it would be nice to know there were more facts in it.
Well, it was also, the decision was based on character and fitness because of the act that happened, and you don't really get that till the end. There's the 3rd paragraph in.
But we can rule on, unless you want to send it back.
Oh, send it back.
I mean, I don't know that, there's serious allegations. I don't know that necessarily there are allegations that would require us to completely disapprove it, but that's up to you.
My issues had to do with they had 4 bottles of liquor, and they said they didn't know it was alcohol. There was wine in the closet, in the basement. So I thought there was enough to.
Okay, then we can vote on it. I do want to point out that there's also evidence in here which she doesn't refer to at all, and whether that came out in the hearing, I don't know, but that there's been multiple 311 calls saying that this place was open and was a loud club and serving alcohol, and there's multiple complaints to 311 about that. I don't know if there was any testimony about that or not, but that's obviously relevant. So I'll vote to disapprove.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Sims, you were good with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 298,
3,500.
3,500.
299,
So I had 1,000.
1,000.
300,
Cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
301,
I had cancel and bond. They were uncooperative with the police.
They defaulted.
Cancel and bond.
302,
And a counter of 10,000.
10,000 counter.
303,
That was too low. I was trying to figure out what was going on here, where the $60,000 came from. Why lie on the purchase price of the property?
Yeah, I think it's too low, too.
This is like.
I listed all his lies, if you want me to read
Yeah.
them to you.
Well, can we call him in and ask him about his lies? Or do we just, otherwise
Well,
I
we can call him
counter
in.
cancel and bond.
All right,
if you're
so
going to
call
counter
him
off, he'll be going to hearing, and you'll hear it all then there.
All right, so call him in 216.
$304,
For 6,000, I'll accept.
Accept.
$306,
For 2,500, I accept.
Accept.
$308,
1,500, accept.
Accept.
$310, had a request, I think everybody got the request from the attorney.
Counsel, did you have,
This was, our offer was $20,000 and a 30-day suspension that Mr. Sussman decided to put a no contest plea in, and we adjourned it for him to be here today, and he requested an adjournment.
Mr. Sussman, this was Guy Parisi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
can
Parisi.
we just rule on it?
This was a straight no contest plea.
Straight no contest? So
You can.
20,000 and 30-day
Yes, that was what our offer was.
suspension? All right, I'll approve that.
20,000, 30-day suspension, no.
We did put it over for them to appear, did they not notify you?
We
They
put it
asked
over
another
to, for the, you directed them to appear, and it's attached to the paperwork. It said, what is he asking? Oh. I think she forwarded it to me. I'll be out of state. Could you reschedule it to 2/16?
Or can we just rule on it?
You can rule on it.
Yeah.
You can reject his request
I
for an
reject his
adjournment.
adjournment, and I say 20,000 and 30-day.
Okay, I agree.
It all depends if you want to be putting on the record that this is a licensee who was purchasing from Henry Street, and this is what happens to stores when they purchase from Henry Street.
Yes.
Font. All right. 311? This was carried over.
11, this was, let's see, 50% ownership.
Oh,
not
this was
reviewed.
regarding the corporate change.
Not, why
And the
not
corporate
tell-
change was filed.
Oh, it was?
Yes, it was filed on 121.
All right, I'll take the 8,500.
8,500.
Hang on, Poorhouse, they were still unable to appear, however, they submitted photos of a food prep area. Panini machine.
I guess Bayside's too far away.
It's not
All
that.
right, well, I'm not going to call him in the third time.
Yeah, it's
Or fourth time.
Yeah, well,
other photograph of food, new food prep area, new
Owner.
menu as well, photos, freezer.
8,500,
Okay.
10,000.
8,500 counter.
Counteroffer?
That's what happens when you don't
I'm in.
accept our invitations.
316B.
316B, it's already surrendered, cancel and bond.
What were they asking
They're-
for? It's a recon.
Yeah.
So I deny.
The request of fine of 300.
There was
So they
$100.
requested 45, they want lower than 4,500?
Members sustained charge and post 4,500.
But can't, if
Why
they
not
already
cancel?
surrendered,
Yeah.
can't we just cancel and bond it?
Yeah.
Why would we,
That's what I.
then that'll make their fine 1,000, right?
Yeah, large number, were they surrendered at the time?
So he gets
Not
what he
when we did
wants.
Right, they surrendered it, so it should be cancel and bond, right?
It was,
Yes.
it was surrendered when, you knew that when you,
No,
Oh,
Mark Wright
yeah.
said that we may not have known that.
We
oh,
probably
it's
didn't
not
know.
listed there, yeah.
Okay, so cancel and
all right.
bond.
So you're denying
Deny the
it,
reconsideration.
modifying the penalty to, wait a second, counteroffer of
Or you
cancel
can
and
say
bond.
that we did reconsider and we canceled and bond, whatever you want to do.
But this all came to you as an offer, if memory, was it a,
No.
Well, I think we
oh, it's a
count-
straight no contest, straight no contest,
Yes.
okay, so.
And we imposed a $4,500 fine.
Modifieds.
Why didn't these people show up?
Got it. 316F.
There's a Spring Valley.
Yeah, this is another Spring Valley one, and I don't see the point in bringing them in. They didn't show up.
Yeah, I would too.
But we have the same information that the police are completely against this location for a variety of reasons. One being a long documented history of violence from previous establishments that occupied this exact location. There's a long history of New York Liquor Authority violations. And they found bottles of wine and cans of beer in the cooler of the restaurant while they were doing their evaluation, which was in January of this year, January 28th. Is that correct?
Yep, and there's a security guard at this location, at the old location that was canceled, I believe, who's in care and control of this location currently. So there are ties to the old business.
So I
Okay,
voted,
that, just so you know, that the ties to the old business, that record might be for both places, his complaint. So this, because this one at 23 Kennedy,
Yeah, they both had that same ties to the old business.
Right, but the old hadn't been licensed before. So 23.
It hadn't been licensed?
23 Kennedy Dive, that's good.
Unit
Hang on.
25? A lot of units there, I think. Seems like it's a shopping mall or something. It was Alpariso, 2325 Kennedy Drive. Maybe that's what it was. It was 23-25.
Maybe that's, yeah, okay.
We have it attached.
Okay, just to,
Yep.
I saw the no here, so I just want to make sure that we're not, okay. Sorry about that.
Nope.
So based on those reasons, I disapprove.
Gotcha.
Right?
Then I have 316I. It's the delegation of authority we're revising. We can go over the key points if you want. The first is just on staffing, incoming and outgoing, revising the staff. The second was with discussion with the chairman, expanding on items to go to the full board for liquor stores. Before it was in New York City. If the 4 closest stores didn't change, if it was removal within 400 feet, it did not have to come to the board. If it was over 400 feet, it would come here. The new item is that in Nassau County, if there's no more than 1,500 feet from the current location, it would, if it's more than, it would have to go to the board. Less than, it would not. And then outside of New York City is where we've taken a new item, and we're putting in no more than 1/2 mile. So it's a removal of 4 closest stores. It's under a 1/2 mile outside of New York City and Nassau County. It will be acted on the licensing board. If it's over that, it will come to the full board. That was the first change on it. Prior to, we had eating place beer licenses based on, to see if they were bona fide. That was part of the delegation. That was put on because more of an oversight as to what would be a bona fide. In the course of the couple of years that it's been on here, licensing staff is fully aware as to what the board is looking for and the types of establishments, not 2 tables nestled in between 2 grocery aisles. So we're taking that off of that if the board would agree. And then those applications will be acted on by the licensing board.
I think my only question is the revoked and canceled paragraph.
That hadn't changed. We hadn't changed that.
Oh, so including number 3 then, the application is subject to the 500-foot law. There are no objections, and the applicant has submitted a public interest statement in support of the application.
We've always acted on
We've always acted on that?
Yes, if the prior license was canceled or
The only
revoked.
thing I was saying, normally it's fine, except I thought New York City, maybe that should,
If there's no objection,
If there's no objections.
we've been
but you know how like community boards, sometimes they're remiss in responding or
No, we've reached out.
send out a
always
letter.
reach out?
We
Yes.
send out a letter.
Okay, so this isn't a change then, okay.
No, there's no changes
Okay,
there.
all right.
The other removal was the applications to go to the board when the licensees need to request a restroom waiver. And that was with capacities of, was it 74 or more? More than 74. Those applications would have to automatically come to the full board for review.
Which don't anymore, is what you're
Which is requesting that they don't.
Okay.
There really isn't that many of them. The final one would be when the law was changed to notify community boards regarding an 80% change, a corporate change affecting 80% of the current corporate structure. The notice, they would still notify the community board. However, the full board indicated that any applications that were 70 to 79% would have to be approved through the full board, because
To make sure they
To make sure that-
get one over on the community.
Yeah.
boards.
Okay.
All right.
So we removed those, because I don't recall that many of them that do come to the board, and I think we're aware of the board's position.
I don't think we've had one since I've been here.
Me neither. Okay,
Okay,
I approve.
if that's,
I approve. Do I need to sign it?
yeah, I got one for you to sign. And after that, I have no more items. And the next board meeting, I will have the other ones, the non-calendars. So we have the workers' comp
Workers'
added to
comp.
the non-calendar process.
Got it.
I'm here for another couple hours. Yes, yep.
Great.